So, I know it's hard, but just pretend the camera's not here.
I ain't worried with the camera.
This is just a conversation between you and me.
Okay.
All right. You ready to get into it?
Yep.
So, we're going to start off very easy, very basic, very simple. What is your name?
It's ridiculous. Turn that off, rewind. That is so stupid. Let me just start down.
And anytime.
My name is Mallory Winstead. I do not use my middle name or Junior because I've always detested the name Junior. And also my middle name's not that great, so just call me Mallory or whatever. A little family history on the Winstead side is they came from England to a place in Virginia called Maratica, Virginia, in the 1600s. It was very early in that year, around 1605 or so, they landed in Maratica, Virginia. And at this point today, which is 2023, there is still one descendant of that family living in that same little town, which is a very small town on the water. They were farmers, and they came over, and some of them were farmers, some of them were different crafts. They were into tailoring and other things that I read about. My immediate family, my grandfather, my great-grandfather is buried in Virginia. I know where his grave is located. It's an unmarked grave. He's buried there with one of my aunts who died as a young girl in Virginia. My grandfather, Leroy Mallory Winstead, along with his immediate family, came to Maryland around 1920. At that point, his wife was Homerzell Winstead. She was a fisher before they got married. She married him. Ironically, her mother's name was Winstead. Back in the early days, they didn't get to travel much around. They had horses and buggies, so they had a lot of people marrying close to the family tree, I guess. And I always thought that was unusual that her mother was a Winstead and she married a Winstead, but whatever.
Were they related?
No. Well, her mother and her were related, yes. Anyway, my grandfather came here with his second child, which was my dad, Mallory B. Winstead. The oldest girl, named Katrine, stayed in Virginia as she was getting ready to get married at that point. She didn't come to Maryland with them. They moved to Chester for a brief time and then came here, my aunts and my grandmother by train, and my father and his father in a truck that they hauled furniture in to Risley. They had the family members were Leroy, Homerzell, Mallory, Zelma, and I think Alwyn was a baby at that point. She had just been born. Actually, no, I think she was born in Maryland. I'm not really quite sure what date. But they came and they moved to a farm on the road to Greensboro. And it's just, if you're going to Greensboro, you'll see River Road. It's an intersection. It's about a couple of miles east of Risley. You'll see River Road, and they had a little farm there on the left-hand side. And they were farmers. So they came from Chester, but somehow they had still kept their cows in Virginia. And my father told me that they went to Easton Point and picked up the cows that had been shipped up on a flatboat from Virginia to Easton Point down around Easton. At that time, the roads were a little different than they are today. There's not the same exact way you go to Easton, but kind of another way. But it was the only road going to Easton at that point. And it took them 2 days to bring that herd of cows from Easton up here on the other side of Risley, which is where they lived. And when they got up here, my father was approximately 12, 13 years old at that point. That was around 1920. And he told me that he had a difficult time with the farm because they had a couple horses and had a great big old plow they used. They only had one blade on the plow, and he wasn't strong enough to go down the end of the row and turn the blade over and plow the field. So as a result, he developed a hernia while he was helping his father farm that lived right outside of town. He went to Ridgely School. It was called Ridgely Agricultural School back in those days. And there he met a fellow by the name of Charles Knott, who was a resident of Ridgely. They became friends. I think Charles was a little younger than my father, but they were very close in age. Charles had a large family, and he also had a younger sister who was unmarried. At some point, my father started dating Charles's sister, Florence Knott, was her name at that point. And they went together and for a few years, and eventually they got married in around 1927. I was born in 1938. They were married 10 or 11 years before I was born. 2 years later, my sister was born in September of 1940. My youngest sister we were both born in Easton Hospital. My older sister and myself were born in Easton. My younger sister was born at Ridgely at home. She was 7 years younger than myself. When Dad first left and got married, he tried to farm a little farm out on Krause's Mill Road. They had mules and cows and typical farm stuff of that period. And he, again, like his father, couldn't make a go of the farming. There just wasn't any money there. And he wound up working at different places around the area. He worked at a button factory in town. He worked for Mr. C.D. Lynch, who had a feed mill and coal operation, which is, the building's still standing there, but it's no longer used for that purpose. And at some point, he finally got a job with Brar Ice Cream Company. And this had to be back in the 40s, I would assume, because I know he was there just short of his 20 years when he left here. He left Ridgely. They closed the Brar plants down in 1961 in January, and he left Ridgely to go to Millerstown, Pennsylvania, to a Brar plant that was still in operation for another year. He never got the ring that he wanted, the 20-year Brar ring, but he did work for them about 20 years. My sister and I, well, in fact, both my sisters and I attended Ridgely School. At that time, it was called Ridgely High School. And they had added on an auditorium to that building where my father went, and they also put a terrace in front of it, so it looked a little different than when he went there. There were several people that I knew going to school, and I went all the way through Ridgely and graduated in 1956. My sister went for maybe 10 years and then went to Denton and took up different courses because she was going to go on for college prep or something. She went to Goldie Beacom, I think was the name of the place, up in Wilmington, Delaware, and studied to be the clerical field. My younger sister, I don't remember too much about her other than she did attend school. Of course, like I said, she was 7 years younger than I was. So, where would you like to go from there?
Yes.
Highlights.
So yeah, let's talk about your childhood. What was it like growing up?
Okay,
what
Ridgely.
was the town? What was Ridgely like?
Yeah.
Hobbies? Any close friends you had?
Okay. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, growing up in Ridgely, when we first, like I said, when I first was born, we lived out on Crisis Mill Road in a little farm. And I guess when the farm didn't pan out, he evidently sold the farm and left there. We moved out on a road which is now where the airport is located in Ridgely. It's somewhere. It's not a real big airport, but it's a small airport. And we lived there in an old farmhouse on the left-hand side going toward the airport, which is maybe 2 to 3 miles outside of town. I remember this because I was in first grade, and my neighbor across the road sort of guided me going back and forth on the school bus. She was a big help along then. After we left that residence, we moved to Ridgely in a house that was owned by Mr. Cherry. He had a large house that my father rented, and Mr. Cherry also had a store, which was right across the railroad track, and he had another house there where he lived. So he rented the house out, and Dad lived there. Eventually, the house catty-corner from that house on Maple Avenue came for sale, and my father bought it, and we moved into that house. There was no electric, there was no plumbing, it was just a big, large house, and that's where we went. And we were living there when my youngest sister was born. I was in the second grade at the time. I was brought home from school and told there was a surprise waiting, and I was to go upstairs and see the surprise. So I walked on upstairs, and my mother was in the bed, which I didn't think much of, but I didn't know at that point. And here was this little mop of dark hair and a little bundle. My baby sister had arrived in October of that year, and I was very happy to have another sister in the family. Ridgely, going to school, I had a first grade teacher named Miss Madge A. Thomas, one of the nicest women that I have ever encountered. Everybody that knew her loved her. Back in those days, we started school in 1944. When we went to school, we were there all day. When we left to come home, she would go and stand at the door to her classroom. And as each student left that classroom, she kissed each one of us goodnight every day for 2 years while we were in her class. And like I said, she's never been beat in my estimation as a teacher or a person. Just a wonderful person. Later, we went to Mrs. Bernice Lawless's class for third or fourth grade. She had a pet called Steve Wood, who was one of my friends. She was related to him. That didn't go over too well with a lot of members of my class. We had about 25 people when we started school. We were one of the largest classes to go to that school, which is kind of funny when you look at today's schools, and even back then when you compare that to what my wife had at her school. But for Ridgely, that was a large class, 25 people. Next, we had Irma G. Nichols, 5th and 6th grade. Miss Irma was one of a kind. She had the pitch pipe, she would lead you in singing, and she would also correct you in a minute, and she had her favorite places to make you stand in the corner. She had one young lad that had to go underneath her desk and sit there for hours at a time to be punished, and various other things. And I remember standing in the corner one time, even though I insisted to her that I did not do it, I stood in the corner because she put me there. And on her graduation ceremony, we had a little get-together in the auditorium where they read all about what had happened in school, and the young girl that was in my class was still there and graduated with me, went all the way through school, admitted that she was the one that had done the prank, and I got to stand in the corner. So I guess I got vindicated finally after 12 years. My favorite subject in school was agriculture and shop and athletics. And it's kind of funny because all three of those subjects had the same teacher. His name was Dean Mitchell. I guess we never finished with the teachers, but the first few that I named we had for 2 years apiece, and then after that it was like you had a homeroom teacher and you rotated around to several places. While this was going on, I became at last 16 years old. I had worked delivering newspapers to local people, and I had worked around town cutting grass, saving money up to buy my first automobile. I cut grass, I went out and lifted hay and got hay up for different farmers, and still saving money, and finally bought a car, 1947 Ford. The motor had blown in it, so got it hauled home and sit in the yard for a year, waiting for me to make more money so we could get a new motor. my uncle, Charles Knott, the man who my father first met, and my mother's brother, put the motor in the car for me outside in the backyard under a tree. He told me what to do and what to tighten up and how to do this and help me. And by the end of the day, we had the old car running again. While I was in school, I amassed 3 more cars. I had 4 when I graduated. A total of 4 I had bought. I only had 1 at a time, but I bought. I went from that Ford to a Chevrolet and then to a Mercury, which was a lemon. Took it back shortly after I got it and wound up with a 50 Chevrolet. Was a 4-door car, was a big car, and that's what I had when I left to go into the service. Graduation at home was in June of '56. Before graduation, they had all the men come from the various military branches of school and talk to you about joining the military. I was the only person in my class that listened to the person, talked to him later, and wound up going to Easton and signing up to go into the Army. His name was William Adlon. His office was across from the post office in Easton, Maryland. And I had to get my parents to sign because I was only 17 years old at the time. I graduated, and 1 week to the day I was on the train leaving Baltimore going to South Carolina for basic training. Tank Hill, South Carolina, Fort Jackson, 3rd Army. 2 months of that, and I wondered after about a week what in the world was I thinking that I had joined the Army, because I wasn't ready for it. I don't know how he felt about me, but it was a far cry from what I ever had gone through in my life. It was different.
What made you think that you wanted to do that initially? Like what?
I had no idea because I had no plans for the future, and I just felt like it would give me something to do. And I guess I had to back up again because while I was working in the grocery store, I worked for K&B Market the last couple of years before I did graduate. And there was a fellow there who finally came when the store opened. They were short on help and they didn't have any butcher, and they were, what do you think this is worth? My dad come up to buy a chunk of meat and they said, well, what do you think it's worth? And whatever, they would sell it. And finally this young man come along named William Conley, and he was a town local boy. Grew up originally, I knew him most of my life, and he was the butcher who went to work for K&B Market. And I was a delivery boy carrying groceries all over town. Mr. Kirsch, K&B, Mr. Kirsch was the part owner. He was kind enough on rainy days to let me use his very old car, which is still in good shape. But he was very nice in letting me carry orders out in that. Bill was dating a young lady named Fay Conley and Fay Gibson, who lived in Queen Anne at the time. And he kept telling me about this girl that lived there, her sister. He said, I don't know why you don't call her or go down there. And he said, I bet you'd like to see her. And I just kind of slept it off because I really wasn't too much interested in girls at that point. And finally one day, I remember her coming up to visit to the store. She drove her aunt's Packard up there without a license. She never had a license, but she drove all over Kingdom Come. And she came up, and she must have come back another time because I was in Mr. Kirsch's car, and she rode with me while I was delivering orders. And we went down to the outskirts of Ridgely to the black section, and they had the dog yapping, and I said, I hope that dog doesn't bite me when I get out. Well, you know the end of the story. I got out, he bit, she laughed, and that was that. So much for that. And so I met her, and I don't think we might have had a date. I don't really remember. I know I went to Centerville to a sock hop, which was a big thing back in those days. Had to take your socks off on the gym floor and everybody danced to recorded music, I guess it was. Well, I never did learn to dance, but I went, and somehow I got my body all the way across the floor to where she was, and and got her to dance with me. And at least I do remember that one date. And but that was pretty much it. And then went, like I said, went to the Army, went through basic, came back home, and lo and behold, I wound up seeing this girl again. And this was 1956 also, in August. And while we were home, we dated, and I asked her to marry me, and got her a ring. We were engaged. Wow. I left and went back to a place called Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. Wasn't much of an improvement over Fort Jackson, except this was a little easier. I signed up for radar and TV repair because there was a local person in Ridgewood that's all I loved, named Frank Kessler, and he was good with most young people. And he had a radio business, and I talked to him a lot about it, and he thought it'd be a good field for trying. So I put in for radio and TV repair. And I got sent to carpentry school, but this is the United States Army, and you have to realize that they put you where they want you. And once they get your name on the paper, they really could give a hoot what you think, because you're going to do what they tell you, and that's just the way it is. So I'd already learned that in the first 8 weeks, but now we're down to Fort Jackson, and I accumulated 6 or 8 buddies down there. It was a big thing because we had $10,000 worth of insurance on our body. We used to walk down the road at nighttime after going to the movies and say, "Hit me, I'm insured." Well, that's how dumb we all were back in them days. You can't expect too much out of a 17, 18-year-old kid, I guess. By that time, I had turned 18. I was really growing up fast. And so we learned how to build a building. It was very educational. I never learned too much because I've never been much of a carpenter since later, but we built a building and we put in another second go-round there, and then we got the good news we were going to Hawaii. Well, who would think it? So we got on the train in Missouri, and we traveled for 2 days around the top of the mountains from Missouri to California. And you could see the front of the train, you could see the back of the train, and I must have been in the middle because I could see them both. And I remember we were on it for a day and part of the night, and I got up the next morning, asked this black conductor, I said, "Well, where are we today?" He said, "Son, you're still in Texas. We've been there a whole day, and you're going to be there a little while longer, but we'll get you there." So we finally got to California. Got on the boat. We were going to ship out and go to Hawaii. The Navy was in charge. Oh my, your troubles just begin if you're in the Army and you got the Navy in charge. So it was very educational. You got on this troop ship. You had a cot to lay on. It was made out of canvas with rope strung to a frame. You had about 12 or 14 inches, and the next guy was on top of you and another guy on top of that. I think they were stacked in there about 4 or 5 deep, one going up. So you just had enough room to get in there and be very careful when you turned over, or you'd be bumping him in the back of his back. But we found out we had to scrub the deck on the way over, and they taught us how to do that. You get the mop, you get the bucket, and you scrub. Well, yeah, we can learn that. So then to clean the mops, it was really nice. You get to go to the back end of the boat and tie a rope around the mop and throw it overboard and let it trail in the ocean, and that would clean the mop. Great. We had mops from California to Hawaii when we got there. They could probably follow our trail because we looped the rope around one time and chunked the mop and never saw it again. We used a lot of mops going over there. And then they come up on the same trip where we're going to have guard duty on the boat. I lost my mind. Guard duty on a boat in the middle of the ocean, what are we guarding? Oh, well, we're going to guard in case anything happens, and we have civilians here, and we have to look out for them. And so we had guard duty. That was another education. Then I learned how a boat functions in the water. It not only goes up and down, it goes from side to side and side to side. If you've never been on a big ship, it's very educational. Because when it goes down so far, you think you're almost going to go into the water, and then they'll come back up. And then you ask somebody, well, how fast are we going? Oh, we're going 20 knots. Or what's a knot? Oh, well, it's something like a mile, I guess. So we were probably going 20 miles an hour all the way to Hawaii. Probably took us a week to get there. But we got there, and then where do we go? To a reception station. And then they divide us up, and I went with all the guys I'd made friends with. There was 5 or 6 of us all went together, which was nice. And then they divide us up, and they sent us to various outfits. And my first outfit was the Wolfhounds, the 27th Infantry. And I got there, and they put me in a headquarters company. And I was assigned with radio people, and I was just shocked that I was doing this after being through basic and in carpentry school. Now I'm in commo. But it was fun, and I made some friends there, and was probably there 6 months. And once again, the Army had plans, and they shifted me off to the 21st Infantry. Gimlets was the name. So what do you do over there? Well, you go and you get a rifle and you train every day. You do PT, you listen to classes, and you train with your rifle, and you do this and you do that, and that was about it. So after a while, when you're in the service for a year, you begin to think there's got to be an easier job that I can do. I'm not really real happy with carrying this rifle every day and doing what we do. So I talked to one of the fellows there. He was the mail clerk of that outfit, and he said, I'm getting ready to get out. Would you like to give this a try? Would you want to be the mail clerk for the company? And I said, I'll try it. And I was thinking, yeah, anything's better than lugging this 9-pound rifle. So I became the mail clerk for that company, 21st Infantry. And every day I would still have to get the rifle and go out and do PT and listen to classes, but I got to come back in at noon. And I'd go get the mail in the afternoon, sort it out. I had my own little office, very convenient. It was under the stairwell going upstairs, so you can imagine how big it was. I had a desk in there and a pigeonhole for letters.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
And the door that I could lock when I wasn't there. So, and then when the troops would come in at around 5 o'clock, we'd have mail call. And while I was picking up the mail and eating lunch, lots of days I would either have it before lunch or after lunch, there was a fellow there in the mess hall, and he was a black guy, but he treated me pretty nice, and we got to know one another fairly well. So I started letting him have his mail. When I get it, I'd take it into him and give it to him. And he really thought that was great. So he started to give me a little extra food to eat, things that I liked, and I got cooked for a little better than some of the other guys. And nobody knew that, but I really appreciated it because it was nice. I went in one day, and here was this whole tray of meat, and it was something I had never seen before. And I said, what is that? He said, that's cow tongue. Haven't you ever seen that before? I said, nope, and I don't want to eat none either. But his name was Elisha T. Bennett. He was black as coal. He was a Spec 5, and he was a great guy. So that was my mail clerk days. The only thing that really happened while I was mail clerk was we always got up early in the morning, but one morning when we were getting up, we heard a gunshot. And the unit next door to us had been on the rifle range that night shooting for some reason, I guess night firing. They had just come back to the barracks and they were cleaning their rifles. And something happened. They had one person had not picked the live round out of his rifle, and he got killed cleaning his rifle that day. That was one of the shocks that we had over there. But made another impression on me. I guess, so the next go-around I had with the Army was being a mail clerk. I got to meet a different kind of people, and I met the chaplain's assistant. He was a pretty nice guy. I was still going to church back in those days, and got to know him pretty well. He was a nice guy. We traveled around a little bit together. And it's like history repeating itself. He said, well, I got about a week or two left and I'm leaving. Said, what do you think about being the assistant to the chaplain? I said, I don't know. I said, what do you got to do? He said, well, you got an office and you got to go there every day and you got a desk. And you go to mass with him every morning and you lay the robes out for him and you're the altar boy and you help him do whatever he does. And he's a pretty nice guy and I think you'd like him, and why don't you talk to him? His name was Albert W. Wilson. Wasn't a real big man, but he was pretty well built. He was a major. And he'd been in service for quite a while, and I talked to him, and I thought, well, he seems to be a pretty nice guy. And he said, would you like to take the job? I said, yes, I'll take it. And so I became the chaplain's assistant. And by having to go to church every Sunday on Mass, which you did anyway if you were a practicing Christian, I guess, we got Mondays off. So had Saturday off and had Monday off. And he had a little cottage down on the north shore of the beach of Hawaii. We were the barracks were in Oahu, but he was down on the north shore. And he had bought a new car. He had a 55 Plymouth station wagon. I never understood why he got a station wagon, but that's what he had, with a push button drive. And eventually, after I was there a month or so, he said, would you want to go home with me and spend the weekend? Hang out and you can go swimming or whatever. He lived right on the beach. So I said, okay. So he took me home with him. You want to drive the car? Yeah, I drove his car. And then he said, well, you got to go down and get a license because you're going to be doing a lot of driving. I don't like to drive. So I had to go downtown and get a license. I got a Hawaiian license and drive him for a lot. Drive him home, drive him different places. And I'd go home, and he had a 2-bedroom place, and I had an air mattress to sleep on, which to me was like heaven because I was out of the Army, and he fed me, he cooked the meals. I didn't have to really do anything except swim and lay on the sand. He had a lot of coconut trees, and he said, I wish I knew how to get some of those coconuts out that are forever falling. I said, I know how to get them out. And he said, well, what would you do? And I said, climb up there and cut them out. And he couldn't believe that. He said, well, who would you get to do it? I said, I can do it. And he said, no. So I had learned in my first job over there how to put on a set of spikes and climb telephone poles. So I borrowed a set of spikes from the outfit I was first with and got a machete, went up the palm trees and started cutting down coconuts. And he sat there and watched and took pictures and was amazed at what went on. And the only thing I can say about him was he was one of the nicest people that I encountered while I was there. He was all man, he was all priest, and he was a great guy. Smoked cigars. I never did at that time, but he did. He loved them. We had to go out in the field, and we had to go to training to the Big Island. A lot of people are confused with Hawaii because when you say Hawaii, they think of one place, but it's Hawaiian Islands. We were on Oahu, which is where Honolulu and where all the World War II boats were sunk when the Japanese came. But the main island is called Hawaii, and that's where we went for 30 days, once a year. We had once again to load onto a Navy boat, but this time we had to take a Jeep, so it was a little different. I had to go to the motor pool and get the Jeep. Every day we went to the motor pool, the gear shift knob was gone because somebody was missing one. They wouldn't bother go try to get new, and they'd just steal yours off your Jeep. Last guy there, guess what, was me, and I never had a knob for mine. But I'd just go get one off the next guy if I was lucky. But we went down and got in line, got on these little crafts that we loaded the Jeeps on. Navy boys come around, jumped up and down on the chains. That's not good. You gotta take them chains up. Once again, you're being told by the Navy. So we get over there, and it's a long haul from where you land to go up into the mountain, up and up and up. It's a couple 1,000 feet up, and it's cooler up there, and it's a lava flow from volcanic ash lava has erupted and flowed down the side of this mountain, and you're up there in a Quonset hut. It's not nice, but you're there on a cot, and that's how you live for 30 days.
Hold
And
on.
so anyway, you're there, and you have to train while you're there. You don't get away from training. You got to pick up that infamous rifle one more time and go up into the hills. And what do you see but a herd of goats up there running through right where you're trying to sleep at nighttime? Here comes the goats. You're sleeping on lava rock, so it's not too comfortable. And you walk on that for 30 days. And when I got ready to leave, I took my boots that I had gone over there with and threw them in an unmentionable place. I did not take them back with me because they were wore out. They wore the soles straight off of them in 30 days. The only momentous thing that happened there was once the hood of the Jeep flew open while we were going down the hill. That caused a little bit of commotion. The other thing that happened, they had a night withdrawal. No lights, nowhere. Going down the side of the mountain. And then back up again. And all of a sudden it was stop everything. Lights come on everywhere. What's happened? I got the chaplain in the Jeep with me, bring him up here right away. They had a tank going up the hill. One of the members of the tank crew sits in the front of the tank, right under the turret, with half of his body outside of the tank so he can see, supposedly, but this is nighttime. The tank has flipped over and squashed him to death. He was dead. I had to take the chaplain back to the base camp, and when we got there, there was a Jeep with a stretcher and a pair of boots hanging out the back of it. And the big question was, what do we do with him? He was married. His wife was on Oahu. They lived off base in quarters there. And there he was dead. Went over there for 30 days training just like I did, but he never got to come back home. I guess he came back, but he wasn't alive. And they wound up locking him up in a Quonset hut overnight and putting a guard on him, of all things. And it was very interesting going over there. And we had a local guy who visited the chaplain's office back on the island where we were stationed. He was sent there for a few months training, and he was like my assistant. He was the young kid, but he was in the National Guard over there or something, and he came. His name was Sensi, and while we were over there, the priest and I went down and met him, because that's where we lived, and he took us all around the island, showed us all the different spots, which back then it was a lot different. In the 50s, no high rises, a lot of pineapple fields, corn fields, bananas, whatever. And the main thing I remember from that visit was the orchids. They were beautiful. How many orchids they had there on that island. So once that training was over, we got back to everyday thing back there, and eventually May of 1959 came while I was over there. Hawaii became state. That was a shock. But I was still there, and May come along, and a few of my friends that I had went over with and I were talking, and we were all getting ready to be shipped out to come home. We were done, finally. Back on that infamous boat with those cots, again, you can call it a cot, there's a piece of canvas. Back with the Navy, one more last time. The final time, thank goodness. We got back to California and got in a place where they were going to separate us from the Army. And the first thing happened was we are all 3-year veterans. We come home, wearing our uniforms, proud that we done what we done. We all had a ribbon, we all had stripes, and whatever we got. And we meet a bunch of young kids who are just coming in, and they're telling us that we can't put our trousers in our blouse them in our boots because only the airborne can do that. And you can only imagine where that led to. It didn't go to fisticuffs, but it got pretty nasty. And the result was we kept right on wearing them because we figured we'd been around a little while longer than they had, and we wore 'em. And then the big day came where we were given her severance pay and told goodbye. Had to take an airplane trip from there to Maryland. Came to Washington Airport with one of the guys that left with me named Frank Gonzalez. Went through the whole time with him over there. We'd go to movies and pal around. Kept track. We'd all meet occasionally together, 4 or 5 of us that were left. One guy decided to stay over there. He re-upped. We thought he was crazy. His name was Farmer, so you can figure. But the rest of us came home and had to get to that airport. And then my dad came in his bar station wagon and picked me up with the family. And the young fellow I was with, he needed to go to another airport to get to Pennsylvania, where he lived. My father carried him to the next airport, and that's the last time I ever heard or seen from him. But I did know him for those 3 years, and we had a lot of good times over there. It's good and bad, but it's something I never regretted. But I've listened to young men today talk about going into the Army or the Marine Corps. I've always advised them to go to the Air Force or the Navy, because what are you going to learn how to do? Maybe it's different today, but when I went it was confusing, because radio and TV repair became building a house and learning how to take a M1 apart and how fast you can put it back together, and then see if you can do it blindfolded and all such ridiculous crap, and then go on forced marches where people actually, their soles come off their shoes, and you get the luck to have to carry a machine gun that day, and the other fellow with you carries all the ammo and the tripod, and the machine gun's a little bit heavier than that rifle you've been carrying. So every time you're taking a few steps, you get a little further behind, and eventually you get chewed out because you're not keeping up. But that was life in the Army, and I never regret serving, but I'm glad for what it was. I've left a lot of stuff.
And whenever you are ready.
You got it on?
Yep.
Okay, back from the Army, coming home in Dad's station wagon on a cold, dark night in May. I guess it wasn't too cold. But anyway, come back to Ridgely. And it seemed like I thought everything would be exactly just like the day that I left. Just shows you how your mind works. I figured all my friends would be the same, and I would know everybody, and nothing would change. And when I got home, it was a shock, because nothing was the same and everything had changed. Almost every kid that I graduated with was married and had children, some of them. And the rest of them were scattered all over the creation. And it was just different. People were different. Different people lived in different houses. And I came home to Maple Avenue in Ridgely. My 2 sisters were still there. One had graduated and gone to Goldie Beacom School in Wilmington, Delaware. And my other younger sister was still at home. My grandmother lived right across the street. We spent a lot of time going over there. My grandfather had died in 1948 when I was 10 years old. He had a stroke and laid into bed for 3 years before he died. And my father was over there every night almost, and I went quite a bit of times, and I used to go get him tobacco and bring it home to him. He could tell when he wanted to chew tobacco. He couldn't talk, but he could holler and make enough noise. He knew about that. So get home and everything's new, and one of the things I done while I was in the Army, the base pay was $140 a month. That's what I made when I was in Hawaii. I sent $100 home every month to my mother, who put it in the bank. 3 days after payday, I had as much money as the guy that got the $140 and kept it all, because they would go out and blow it or play cards or do this and do that. And I didn't do all that. And I still had most of my money, the $40 left, plus I had $100 home in the bank. When I came home, I had a little over $2,000 in the bank. And I was home about a week, and I still had the old black Chevrolet that my father had been using while I was gone in service. Of course, it was 3 years older. It was a 1950, and then it was a 59. It was 9 years old when I got back home. So, being a young man, like most of us, we were thinking about cars, and I thought, well, see what I can find. 3 doors down the street was a guy named Roger R. Ringel. Everybody called him Tube. Very nice guy. Was a car salesman. Worked in Denton for a Chevrolet dealer called Beck Chevrolet. It's right down from the current post office in Denton. It's a store now where they have clothes and salvage stuff for sale. That was an automobile dealership. He had a brand new 59 Chevrolet Impala 4-door hardtop white that his wife was using as a dealer car. It was parked in front of his house, and I walked over to talk to him about a car, and that one was sitting there, and I asked him about it, and he said it's for sale. He said my wife's using it, and I said, well, can I take a ride in it? And he, sure. And he came back, and I said, I like it. And I said, can we talk about it? So I bought the car. His wife said, you're going to take my car. I'll never forget her saying that. And I said, yes, I'm afraid I am. So it was white, and it had red seats inside and a gray roof to it. Red and white seats. It's a pretty automobile. I put fender skirts on it. That's all I did to it. And it was an odd shaped car. It was a 59. You got to really look at them. It had tail fins that were unbelievable, and what we call cat eyes on the back of a great big, different colored taillights on the back. But it was a nice car. It ran well, and I was happy with it. Had a great good sized motor in it. So then the next thing was, what are you going to do? You're home, and started looking for a job. And I'm kind of lost because I don't even remember now where I went to get a job. I went down and talked to K&B Market under Lanky Bilbro. No, things has moved on there for 3 years, and he didn't have any need for anybody to work in the store. So I just kept looking around and didn't have much luck. And somebody said, why don't you go up to DuPont up to Dover? Said they're hiring, and I didn't know anything about DuPont or Dover. Well, I rode up there and put an application in. Wasn't long. I got called back up there, and they said you have this job, and it was working in something called a polyfab machine, and you get a chuckle out of this because what it was, it's a girdle place. They made women's girdles, and they hung them on a board that was cut out of plastic or hardwood, a big board with 2 hooks on the top. And these boards had this leather latex girdle on them, sprayed on them. And your job was 50 of them come on a rack, and you had to stand there next to this very hot machine on a platform and take those 2 handles and take them off that rack and hang them on a rack that kept rotating and never stopped. It was going around, and that was taking them through a heat process where it would finish off what they had sprayed that rubber on that form with, and that would finish the product. And it was good money, and I found a guy that worked there, lived right down there behind my uncle's house. I could ride and work with him. He had another original boy rode with him, and 2 women that rode up there. We all went together, rode to Dover every morning, and come home every night, coming back with the sun right in your eye. And if you worked overtime, you could make good money. And I was tickled with the job, and everything was going pretty well. And in the meantime, I was dating whoever I could find that would go out on a date with me. I didn't really care much. I didn't have any preference. I guess I did too. I won't go into that. But I went with most anybody I could get a date with. And so about that time, I was talking to one of my cousins. I had been called to go to Denton Armory. They sent me a letter that I had to report there, and I had to report to an armory after 3 years in the Army. So I went over there, and they told me that it was a mistake. I didn't have to come over there, but they wanted to know if I was interested in joining the Guard, and they showed me around. One of the fellows took me around and showed me everything. And I said, well, I want to thank you very much, but I said, I'm not really interested. I just got done with it, and I don't want to fool with it again. So I'm working up to latex, living life, and everything was going on fine. And guess who? Got a phone call one day, and it was a forgotten ex-fiance who was now engaged to someone else, and said, I'd like to talk to you. I'd like to get together and talk. Well, that's the last thing I was expecting, but I got in my little car and we went somewhere and we talked for a lengthy conversation, and we found out that we apparently still had feelings for one another. And we talked about getting back together, and I said, well, when I went away, I was in the service. I said, there wasn't much to do. Went in town one night and drank too many beer, and I never wasn't used to drinking beer, and got polluted, and that ended our relationship. But I said, now the boy you're engaged to is in the service, and I know how it works, and I can't think about going with you unless you tell him that you're going to break off with him and give him back what's his, and if you want to get together that way, fine. So she did, we did, and we started seeing one another. Came home from work one day, got in, walked on around, got dropped off or walked around home. Car was sitting in the yard. Everything I owned was in my car. Everything that I physically owned. And I didn't know what was going on. There was the car and there was the stuff. And very shortly thereafter, I was told that I was no longer welcome to live at my mother's house, that she didn't want me there, and there was my stuff. So there wasn't no explanation given, just I didn't know, couldn't figure what I had ever done. Thought I was a halfway decent person, but never had any trouble with my father. Mother and I were very much alike. We never seemed to be able to get on the same wavelength, but Dad and I, we always got along pretty good. So later on, I think it all revolved back to the fact that I was seeing this young lady again, and we were getting serious, and we were talking about getting married, and I was a Catholic and she wasn't. And back in those days, it was a big thing. Catholics married Catholics. I suppose most people did, but some didn't, because my father was a Methodist. He married her back in 1937, so I don't know where she got off with that, but that was her. And
she was a mess.
Wait a minute, it's my story. And anyway, now I've completely lost it.
Catholics marry Catholics.
Yeah, so I said it really didn't make no difference. I'm out looking for a home. I got no place to live. So I went somewhere, I think to my Charles Knott cousin, and stayed one night. I think that's where I went for the first night. And then I went to see my other cousin, Lou Cherry, who was my father's sister's son. He was 5 years older than I am. He was married, had one daughter at the time, lived on a little farm between here and Denton. And we grew up a couple of houses away from one another, but he was 5 years older, so we were never real tight, because he was always more interested in people his age, and he didn't want to be fooling around with a kid. But I mean, he was my cousin, and I told him, and he said, yeah, you can stay here. I was working up the latex, and I knew his wife. I'd seen her in school, knew who she was, and they had a very nice young daughter. So I moved into the coldest room on the Eastern Shore in that house. It was on the north side, and I talked to a guy named Wilbur Krause, who also slept in that room because he was related to them when he came visited, and we agreed that that was the worst room in Maryland to sleep in. It was so cold. But he was good to me, and they left me alone. I did what I wanted, and eventually I ate meals when I was there. She cooked for me. And eventually she offered to do my clothes, which I was shocked, but she did them. And so we got along pretty good. And I was talking to him about the Guard again. He said they're going to have a full-time job come open over there in Denton at the Armory. And he said, I don't know what the pay is, but he said it's a lot closer to Dover. And he wanted to know if I would think about it. And I said, yeah, I really wasn't interested, but I said, I'll think about it. So one thing led to another, and we approaching November, December, and I get a phone call, and my mother, well, we'd like for you to come back home before Christmas. And I said, well, you put my father on, I'll talk to him. I said, if he wants me to come home, I'll come home. Little did I know, he probably wasn't the boss at all, but anyway, we talked it over, and he said, come on home, and I did. And they knew by that time that I was figuring on getting married, so there wasn't no squabbling anymore about that, because that was done, over, and gone. And I was home at Christmas. That was Christmas of '59. And I spent that Christmas Eve in Queen Anne with my fiance again, who did not have a ring this time, but we had word of mouth that we were engaged and we were going to get married in January. The reason we got married in January, I was 21 in August, and she was going to turn 21 on the 27th day of January. That was her birthday. She wanted to be 21 on the day we got married, so nobody could tell us anything about not being old enough, what we could do, or etc. So we agreed to the 30th of January. That was going to be our wedding day on a Saturday. And then once again, here we are, with no place to live and nowhere to go and no furniture, no nothing. Had a car, big deal. Couldn't live in it. My uncle lives right outside of Ridgely on a big farmhouse. He was an insurance salesman. He had left the milk company by then and gone into the insurance business. And he had this big farmhouse that he had empty. And my dad said, well, talk to Grayson. Said, maybe you can rent his house. So, yeah, sure, glad to have you. You know, this is how much he wanted. It was minimal. Of course, back then it was more, because the pay that I got when I started working for the company over there was $4,040 a year. And we lived better on that than we do now. But anyway, we rented his house on Holsinger Lane. It's on the corner of Holsinger Holly. The house is still standing there. It's a monstrous house. Looks like an old Western hotel. You went upstairs and all you could see was a long hall with doors. And we bought enough furniture for, I guess I had a kitchen table. And I don't know if we bought a sofa, it had one, but we bought a living room suite and a bedroom suite. That's what we started off with. And one of my other uncles, my mother's brother, came frequently, and he was forever bringing something out there for us to have. Knives or rugs or something. I was never that close to him, but he was very good to us. And that's where we wound up. But first we had to get married, so we decided on January, and it was going to be in the Catholic Church. And my wife picked out who she wanted for the bridesmaids. My two sisters were included, which was nice. I picked out my best man, who I've rarely ever seen since, and really don't really care to see him again. And back in those days, the simple church rules, you had to have Catholics to be in the church. So I couldn't invite my friends who were non-Catholic to be in the party. I had to go with other people. And some people I was sorry I did not have, but I didn't. And we wound up on that Saturday. It was a bright, shiny day, and as we were walking or going by, we heard one of my aunts say, I'm going to go home, mark this on the counter so I'll know when the baby's coming. And we always kind of got a laugh out of that, because she had a long wait. It took her about 16, 17 months for that baby to get here. Normal time was 9 months, I believe, for a child. But she knew everything too. She's one of them smart people that knows. And we had a nice, very nice wedding. We had a little reception there at the church hall. Then we came back to Bill Conley's house, which Bill had married her sister in May of '56. I attended that wedding and reception and met Jake Gibson at that time in my life. I had known the other two brothers and sister. We came around there, and she changed her clothes, and we got ready to leave. I had the car there with the windows down, and Jake, the very person I had met at Faye's wedding, came out with a bag full of rice and held it and dumped it in my car. And we kept that car to 1962. And every time we put the brakes on, rice come trundling down out of the dash and from various places. He must have threw a ton of it in there because he sure did fill it up. And we were going to go on our honeymoon to Virginia. And I remember distinctly leaving Risley, and the car had stuff brewed all over it, and toilet paper, and whatever else they could think of. And I went down 404, I guess that's what it was called back then. It is now. We got all the way down to Route 50 and turned right toward the Bay Bridge, and right as soon as you turned, there was a filling station there in those days, and stopped. And I got out of that car and I wiped everything off the windows and cleaned the whole car up so we looked like normal people riding down the road instead of people riding by and waving at you and blowing a horn and all this because they just married on. So then we proceeded on down to Richmond for our first night of our honeymoon. Got a motel room. Had to get some cigarettes from my bride. And then we went to church. Was still going to church. They both went to church. And then we went out to supper. And then we went back to begin our married life.
Anytime you want to start.
We got married on January the 30th, 1960 in St. Benedict's Roman Catholic Church in Risley, Maryland. It was a bright sunny day and everything went well as far as I know. After the ceremony we came back to Bill Connolly and Faye's house where my new bride changed her clothes and got ready to leave on our honeymoon. While she was at church and getting ready, her friends had took her suitcase and dumped about 3 pounds of rice in it, unbeknown to her. She found out later that evening when she unpacked. And before we could leave the yard, Jacob A. Gibson Jr., Jake, Sonny, came out with fistfuls of rice and threw it into my car, which we were sitting in to leave as we were backing out the driveway. We kept that car from 1959 until 1962, and each time we would go down the road and hit the brakes hard, a grain or two of rice would come tumbling out from under the dash or from God knows where, but he must have put a ton of it in there. When we left Ridgely, we went down 50 to Richmond, Virginia, and that was our first evening of our married life. We got there, got a motel in Richmond. We went out to eat. We went to church because it was on a weekend, and then we went back home. And that's when my wife discovered, my new bride discovered her suitcase with the rice in it. She already had her first meal already to eat. So anyway, something happened years later in my life, quite a few years later, where I had what they call a TIA, and I do not remember leaving Richmond and going on further to Virginia, where she's told me where we went to Williamsburg and toured around and etc. I have no memory of that. I do remember coming back from Williamsburg. There's now a bridge tunnel, but it used to be a ferry boat. And back in 1960, it was a ferry boat. And we got on the boat with the car, and it was a rough crossing. The boat was up and down and sideways, and we were all over the place. We couldn't sit in the seat hardly, and we both wanted a cup of coffee. We couldn't stand up to walk to the counter to get it, and some young girl was dancing all around us, not missing a step. She could go anywhere she wanted. We felt like asking her if she would get me the coffee, but we didn't ask. And I told my new bride, well, my car can't swim, so I hope we get back on land at some point. When we finally got back to the shore, we went on to a place called Twin Towers in Pocomoke City. That was our second, as far as I know, our second night of the honeymoon. When we left there the next day, we came on back home to our new home, which was out on Holly and Holsinger, the corner, a farmhouse that my uncle owned and rented to us. And as I probably previously mentioned, it had very little furniture in it. We had the minimum that we needed to start a married life with, and we were there. And after we were there a month or so, Bill Conley announced that his sister had a lot of little puppies that she was giving away, and we took one of them. And it was a cute little dog, and we had it, and that year it snowed every time we turned around, and the dog would be out in the snow playing around, and we really enjoyed the little puppy. And something happened, it died. We were very upset when that happened. My father would come every time it snowed because we would be snowed in. He'd pull us out, take us to town, do whatever. But he was busy keeping us out of the snow. We had a mail carrier from Ridgely who brought us our mail. We were uptown. We thought that was really neat to get mail at the post office box and brought it to your lane. We stayed there from January, or actually from February, because we left the 30th of January. We came back, stayed there from February until May or June. And my mother told us that there was a house for sale in Ridgely by her good friend Rose Gately. It was a brick home, and it was laid out almost identical to this house that we're living in today. A lot of similarities in the two houses. I would almost venture to say that it was built by the same people when the same people put the bricks on. We do know that this present home was built by Ely Lumber Company because our neighbor in Queen Anne, Pete Cancel, told us he had worked on this very house here when they were building it. So anyway, we talked to Rose Gately about buying the house, and she wanted to sell, her and her husband, and they sold us that house, and the payments were like $60 a month for us to buy a home back in 1960. Well, we were just beside ourselves because now we were homeowners. We had left the country and moved to Ridgely. We were on Park Avenue, of all places, facing the ballpark in a brick home, and we were very happy there. Come Halloween one year, or New Year's, I guess it was New Year's, everybody was shooting off guns. I took the shotgun, stuck it out the window, and shot. Next morning we found a big limb laying in the yard. We wondered where that come from, but we finally figured it out. I probably had shot it right out of the tree. And then Halloween came, and this person arrived at our door, ungodly, terrible looking person, and he had this bag in his hand, and he kept shaking the bag, and shaking. He wouldn't talk, and he kept shaking the bag. My wife was a little bit shy of this and a little scared, and I wasn't too brave myself, and he just stood there shaking the bag, and finally we gave him some candy, and after a long, long while, he revealed himself as to who he really was, and it was my father, who had come around here and did all this nonsense. And while we were there living in the little house, we made quite a few changes. We put an upstairs attic doorway in, which it had a nice attic, but nobody had ever been in it because there was no way to get there. They had a little hole. If you were 150 pounds, you could maybe squeeze up there, but there was no floorboards, there was nothing up there whatsoever. We put the attic steps in, and then we bought a washer and dryer we had to have, because at that point we had already had a daughter come along, but after about a year and a half we were there. Our first child, Mary Faye, came in May of '61. So we had the washer, but we needed a dryer. We bought that in '62, put that in the same room, and when we moved to the house, it was a nice house, but the kitchen was crazy. It had a little section for an office with a wall and a door. It had another section for an alcove to eat in, where you would put your table and chairs. And then it had another section for your stove and refrigerator, and it just wasn't suitable for us. So we talked about it, and this is when I went into my demolition mode, and I tore every wall out in the kitchen. and wound up with two nice holes up in the ceiling. Asked somebody to come and patch them, and he never did come. And I got up there and patched them somehow, and they never looked the greatest, but we had a nice kitchen after that because we tiled the floor and we put in new cabinets and new curtains. And then we thought we were finished, but then we decided, oh well, maybe we should have a door that would go outside on this side of the house. So I cut a doorway going out toward the south side of town, which would be facing the road, and hit my hand about 400 times with a sledgehammer, but I got the door cut out and we put a little set of steps there, and we could drive the car in and park next to the house and walk in the kitchen door, and it was very nice. And put a new roof on the house and put up clothesline poles, and we did a lot of little things while we were there, and we were very happy there. By that time, we had another child. Michael Christopher came along in '62 of May, and we had some nice Christmases there. One of the things that happened in that house, it had 4 furnaces, and our daughter walked on the furnace or got her hands on the furnace and got burnt pretty bad, which wasn't a real good thing back in those times. We stayed there for a total of 4 years, and Kevin came along in November of '63. We had a 2-bedroom house, and we had 3 children, and we had a girl and 2 boys, which was not real good we didn't think for the bedroom scenario. So at that point we thought, well, maybe we'll start looking for another house. So we looked around and we looked at several houses. We finally looked at a house in Queen Anne where my wife had originally lived. It was about a block from her mother's place. It's a big house up on a hill. Mr. Allen Moore had it for sale, and we made arrangements, went down, looked at the house. It was a big house. It was empty. He'd been gone for a year. And we just looked at it because our little house was small, and this was a monster 2-story house sitting up on a hill with a terrace. Pretty, but it was big. So we decided it was just too much money. We couldn't do that. So we kind of put that on hold, and we lived where we were. We had cribs set up in the bedroom, and we had, I think, 3 cribs at that point, 3 children. And we were getting a little crowded, but a year soon went by, and we got a phone call, and it was Mr. Allen Moore, of all people, and he said, are you still interested in looking for a bigger home? And we said, yes, sir, we are. And he said, well, how about coming back to Queen Anne and let's talk about this one more time? So we got pretty excited. We didn't know what he was going to do. We thought maybe he was going to drop his price or whatever. So we were interested in a bigger home, so we made arrangements to go to Queen Anne. And we met with him down there, and I don't know that he lowered his price or what he did. I guess he did lower it. And anyway, he wanted to sell because it had been sitting there then for 2 years vacant. And we made a deal where we bought the house in Queen Anne. When we moved to Queen Anne, I enlisted a couple of people to help me move. Charles Knott, my cousin, and John Henry Dodd. We borrowed Mac's pickup, my wife's brother's, and we had another pickup that Charles, a.k.a. Sonny, had. So we moved to Queen Anne in 2 pickups with all of our furniture, which wasn't much. And when we got down there and got in the house, we had a lot of empty space, and we thought, boy, we got a lot of room down here. We got 3 bedrooms and a dining room with nothing in it, and a kitchen and a living room with a couple pieces of furniture. We thought, we'll never fill this house up. But that was in 1964. We just bought a brand new '64 Chevrolet car before we moved to Queen Anne, and that was the same year we moved. So we got down there and did a little bit of painting on the house. It didn't have to have too much done to it. It had radiator heat in it, and worked pretty nice. And we lived there. We were very happy in that house. I didn't like the hills for cutting the grass. It was kind of treacherous out there on that hill trying to cut it, and I always pushed it sideways but somehow we got through it. A year or so later, after we moved, in November of 1966, our fourth child came, Mark. He was supposed to have been a girl. His mother had his name picked
He
out,
come
Molly.
in January.
In January, he came in January. I'm sorry. Mark was born in January. I guess I've had so many children I can't remember the dates, but anyway, he was going to be called Molly. And what a surprise when he came and he was called Mark. But we were happy with that. And he was a good child. He was very quiet. No trouble with him. The other children, we could go one by one.
Let's do that. Can we do that? Can we go one by one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Our daughter, who was born on the 4th of May, 1961, came into this world just a month or two before my wife's father, Jacob B. Gibson Sr., died. And he did come to Ridgely and see her and held her before he left this earth. And that was a sad point for my wife and also myself, that he was no longer there to enjoy our children. But she came along and didn't have much trouble when they were young, and they were all in Queen Anne. And we had gotten an old bell, farm bell, from my father and put it out back, and they would go all over town and play. And when we wanted them to come home for lunch, my wife would go ring the farm bell, and believe it or not, they would hear it and come home and work there pretty well. There we had a post office. You had to walk across the street to the post office. They had a little store, two little grocery stores in town. One I don't know that I ever went inside of. It was R.H. Gibson Sr., my wife's uncle, Uncle Harry. I don't ever remember going in there when he had the store. And the other little store was a couple that lived out in the country. I can't recall their name. But later on it became, we dealt a little bit there. Then there was a Sonny's Market up in Hillsborough, and then there was always Denton and Easton. So we had plenty of places to go grocery shopping. Chris came along in May the 29th, 1962. They were a little over a year apart. Chris was a quiet boy. He wasn't much trouble. He was a good child. Later on, Kevin came.
All hell broke loose.
Kevin came. He was our third child and our second boy. Him and Chris were always into a scrap, and when they went playing with toys out in the sandbox, Kevin would get up on top of the shed and wrap a cape around his shoulders, and he'd be Batman or Superman and jump off the shed and scare his mother and I to death. And he didn't bother him because he thought he was Superman. He could fly. But anyway, we had all kind of things going on with that. And then Mark came along, and there was the 4 children. Easter eggs, we had a lot of Easter times there. And one time, the Easter bunny came, left little tracks across the floor and up on the table, and there was all the Easter candy. These little white tracks where his paws had came. And Christmas was even a bigger deal because they all got stuff that they asked for, and they wanted a ton of stuff. I don't know how we ever got it, but we come up with stuff when they were children, and we were real smart. We would put it up in the attic. We had a big attic, so we'd hide it in the attic. And unbeknown to us, they knew about this hideaway, and they would go up into the attic and play with the toys before Christmas came. So they all knew what they were getting. When Christmas come, my mom, ever faithful, came down home and stayed and kept the children entertained or in the bed while we went to the attic and brought down the toys for Santa. As we were coming down with an armload of toys, I think it was Chris mentioned, oh, there's Johnny West, or there's G.I. Joe or something, and he was up in the attic. But prior to that, I should back up, I guess my wife told me, well, they know about the toys in the attic, and I said, no. She said, yeah, they found them. I said, well, we'll play a little trick. So I came home early one day and I got a ladder. They were downstairs. I got a ladder and put it up on the side porch, went in the bedroom window, took every toy out of the attic and moved it. And then I said, tell me about the toys that are in the attic. And they said, oh, they're all up there, all of our Christmas toys. And I said, well, let's go look. So we all made a march up to the attic, and guess what? Wasn't nothing up there but a bare floor. And they were on and on. I wonder what happened to the toys. There's no toys. I said, I guess Santa's not coming. You've been bad. No toys. But anyway, Christmas came and they got their toys. But that's how they did things. And growing up, it was our oldest child, the girl who you would least imagine would give you a hard time. She would go to school. Oh, well, this is many years later. She actually had a car. She would go to school and park the car and take off and play hooky and go to the beach with one of her friends. We'd get a call from the school saying your daughter didn't show up today. So her mother would go down there with a spare key and take the car and move the car. And park it right up in front of the principal's office. And be sitting there waiting when she got home. So needless to say, that caused a few words. And then she had a few other tricks that she pulled. And she should have been a boy, but she was a girl, and she had her moments, and I guess we did too. But all in all, she went to, in her senior year, she went to LPN classes through school, and she graduated from school as an LPN. We were very proud of her during that time, and it all worked out well. She went to work as a nurse. That was the beginning of her time out of school. Chris was a sickly child. He had asthma. He never played any sport whatsoever in school. It hurt him to play, and he couldn't play. And home, living in Queen Anne, it was quiet. There wasn't much going on there, maybe a few ball games. But we had a neighbor, and somehow him and Chris got these nets that they played with. Lacrosse sticks, and they got out in the road and threw that lacrosse thing back and forth, and Chris really enjoyed that, and he went to school and signed up for the lacrosse team, and he loved it. That was the only sport he ever played, and then he got sick. He had asthma, he missed a week at school. When he went back to school, the doctor made him run around the school. Every day they had to run wind sprints around the school. I understood that because I played soccer when I was in school. And every day they had to run 2 or 3 times around the school before they would practice with lacrosse. So when he went back to school, the doctor made him run for every day he had missed. The teacher. And then I got a phone call about it, and I went out there and I asked the man, I said, are you crazy? I said, nobody makes a sick person do what you've done. I said, I don't know what you're thinking about. I said, he just got well and now you're doing this. So we were not very happy. And a few years later, my wife was up to the doctor's office, and the same doctor come in with his child, and guess what? The young man had asthma. So what goes around comes around. And then we had Kevin, and there's not time enough at this sitting to go through Kevin's growing up. Kevin was Kevin. Chris was forever into automobiles. As soon as he learned how to turn a wrench, he was working on cars. He was in the back shed taking cars apart, putting motors in, busting my tools up that I had never used, and doing all kind of other things behind the cars, putting motors in, racing cars. But here was Kevin. Kevin was different. He didn't really care much about cars, unless he was running one of them. He cared about that. But when he would go out on a date, he would be told to be home at 10 o'clock at night. If he was in Easton or Cordova, no matter where he went on the date, when 10 o'clock come, he was faithfully getting in his car and ride 100 miles an hour home to try to get there by 10 o'clock. And it never worked. He could never be home at 10 because he left at 10. One time when he left Cordova at 10 o'clock, the axle and the wheel combined came off of his car and went down the road, and he called me up and said, I've lost my car. My car's tore up. Part of it's sitting here. And he had more girlfriends than the other two combined. He did more tricks than anybody in the family. And he was always in a scrap. And I had to go to school numerous times to talk to a little principal who was there, and the little principal taught football, and he was a small statured man, but he thought he was a big man, like a lot of small men. He was the bad. So Kevin went to school one day, and they had a fight in the cafeteria, a food fight they called it. I was unaware of such things. Didn't happen when I was in school, but they had this fight, and somehow Kevin got blamed for it. He told the man that he didn't do this, and the teacher insisted he did do it, and it kept going and getting worse and going to it back and forth. And Kevin said, well, if you want to walk outside and step off the school property, we'll decide about this right now. Well, needless to say, the man didn't step outside, but he did call me up one more time. I was at work. I was delighted. I had to go to school. I went in my pickup truck, and Kevin came out, and he was crying. He got in the truck, and he cried. And somehow he told me this story of what had happened. And then he told me the story again and again and again, and I heard it about 15 times, it seemed like. So by this point, I began to get the picture pretty clear, and I said, well, let's go in and talk to the teacher. So we went in school, and we went in his office, which is next door to the principal, and all the doors open. The principal was in her office. She was a very nice lady. And we went into his, and I told him, I said, I've listened to my son for almost an hour, and I said, he's never lied to me. And I said, I can't believe that he would fabricate something as much as this is to tell me that this happened, and you're telling me it happened, but he's telling me it didn't. And I said, and this is several times I've come to this school, and every time I've came, I made him apologize to you, and we have left. But I said, this time I'm going to tell you this. If I ever come again to the school, you will not have one Winstead to deal with. You're going to have two, because I've decided that he's telling me the truth, and I don't appreciate what went on here today. That was just one of Kevin's episodes. One, again, I'm working. Another phone call. We need you to come to the hospital. Do what? Come to the hospital. Why? Well, your son's in the hospital. How can that be? He's in school. No, he's not in school. He's in the hospital. Well, you finally get to the point where you believe he must be in the hospital, and you go. And he's left school in his new Monte Carlo that he was so proud of that the car wasn't new, it was new to him. I went with him the day he bought it. He was tickled. Picked up a friend, had a few things to drink, crashed into a tree, demolished the car, and was in the hospital all before school had started. Oh, that was a great morning that day. And the result was one of the state troopers that talked to him, I knew, because I knew a few of them back in those days. And this fellow was a martial arts expert. He was a small man, but he rode horses, and so I had made his acquaintance, and he knew me, I knew him. And he said, do you think it would do any good if I came to your house and talked to Kevin? And I said, well, I can't help. So he came, and they went upstairs and had a long talk. And I didn't really help much or not, but Kevin was Kevin, and now at age almost 60, he's still Kevin, but he's grown into a pretty nice fella, and he's settled down from his younger years. And we won't go any more into children's lives, because I think we've just...
You didn't hardly go into any on Mark.
Well, I will. Okay.
So-
Well, let me back it up, and I'll go.
Okay.
Ready?
All right, you're good.
Okay, now we'll go to Mark. I'm sorry. How could I at least forget Mark? Mark came Motley, but he turned out to be Mark. And he joined us in January 1966. And that was the last child we had. Never thought I would have 4 children, other than 3 boys. I was the only boy. I always wanted a brother, never had one. Now I had 3 boys. I used to wrestle with them and fool with them and try to do things that made them happy, but I could never please but 1 or 2 at a time. Chris liked to ride horses with me. Kevin, he liked cars, but he was mostly off by himself. Mark, he was just kind of Mark, and he had his own thing, and I don't know what he did because he didn't go with me, and he didn't go with his mother, but he was there. But he was very quiet. And at one point in his life, we had pictures taken of Chris when he was in school. We had those pictures laying on a bookcase in Queen Anne, and we opened them up one day, and we were looking at the pictures, and we were in awe of the pictures because we were looking at Mark. And she said, no, this is Chris. But it was Mark, and they looked identical at that age. It was just scary that they could look that much alike. But he was a very quiet person, and I kind of lost as to what he did do because he didn't eat the right food, and he didn't like cars, and he didn't like this, and I don't know what he did. He must have had something he liked. What did he like? I don't know.
He played toys all the time.
He played with toys, and he grew up quiet, and he got good marks in school. He was like his sister. He was on the honor society. She got the full benefits. She got to wear the blue cloak, and she got recognized and put in the book, and he made the same thing she did, but he got the shaft because they admitted him. They didn't know that he had made it, and a year later they told us that he should have been there, but that didn't help much. He was already out of school by that point, but he was a very smart child and did good in school. Never had to go to school one time for Mark. What a breath of fresh air from the last boy to this one. It was the first boy went to school once, I think, for him, and that was just something he did not do. Mark never ever went to school. He grew up eating donuts and simple stuff, and had no trouble with him at all.
Now, do you remember? He tells this story. He hadn't told it in a long time, but he used to tell the story about how he went through a window or something, a firehouse window.
Oh, it was a
That
home.
was Kevin.
Was that him?
This Kevin went through the storm door.
Yeah.
Why do
What have you turned it off?
No.
Oh, we'll turn it off a minute. And maybe you can back.
Okay, we're good whenever you're ready.
Okay, the third child was Kevin, and then the next child was going to be, as we call her now, Granny's second girl. And she had already picked the name out, Molly, and we were kind of happy that our oldest daughter would have another girl. But lo and behold, when the 9th of January came and we went to the hospital, we had someone come and we couldn't hardly name him Molly. So he became Mark Allen Winstead, and he was born on the 9th of January 1966. Mark was supposed to be his mother's girl, but we've been very happy that he turned out to be our son. Mark was a small young person. In fact, I called him Little Mark because he seemed very small when he was growing up. And he ate different than the rest of the children. He liked donuts and other stuff, and they would eat a meal, but he would only eat certain things when he was growing up. And he played with toys of his age, and then he had a bike that he drove. And he was good in school, never had any trouble with him going to school. And when he finally got old enough to have a car, he got a Ford Elite, and I went with him. I took him up there to Dover. It was right behind the motorcycle shop in Dover. He bought his car from an elderly woman. It was blue. I think it was blue and white, but that was his first car, and it was a nice one, and it lasted him a very good while. Something happened that he got rid of it. I don't know what the cause was, but he finally got rid of that, and he got the Mercury Cougar that he kept for years later. Mark in school got good grades. He got all high marks, and he didn't know until he graduated that he was an honor student, and he was entitled to wear the blue honors thing at graduation, and he was on the list as for being an honor student. His sister had done all this. She got awarded that, and it was a shame because he wasn't even told about it until after he had graduated, and that was sad for us because we thought it would be nice that he would know that. Mark was looking toward the end of school for a job, and for some reason he thought he wanted to be an electrician's helper, and I never understood why, but everybody has their own opinion. We had a neighbor that was an electrician, lived 2 doors down from us, and Mark had talked to them quite a bit about it, and it was Gunther and Beverly Rosebrook. We had known Beverly all of her lives because she was formerly Mrs. Robert Redden, who we knew back when we were dating even, and later on she had married Gunther, and Gunther was an electrician who worked locally and around here. So that's what he was thinking when he was in school. After school, Mark did finally go into the electric field, and he was a helper, and he worked with Tim Harris for a long time until he finally got his license. Well, in the meantime, I was looking for a job because I had quit working, and he told me to go talk to Gunther about the electric job. I wasn't really sure I wanted to do that, but I went over and talked to him, and he said, I'll take you down to meet the people in Cambridge. That's where the office was. And I went down there, and they hired me, and my first job was on the Beltway going around Easton, a group of houses that I worked with Gunther on. And he was a pretty nice fellow. He was from Germany, but I had a little trouble understanding him. I had a lot of trouble when the first day I went to work. He was showing me how to put up electrical boxes, and he said, yeah. And I said, well, that's not going to work for me. So day 2, I came with a big marking pencil. And the first here was number 1, the second one would be 2. And he was amazed. He said he'd never seen anybody do that. I said, well, I'm amazed because I can't follow here, and here. So I can follow 1, 2, 3. So that's how I learned to run the wire from one box to the other. I was Mark's best man when he got married. He married Sherry Shorter, and he got married down in a church down in Easton, and he had I can't stop it. Let me back it up. What do you call it when? Yeah, after the wedding, they had a reception in the Queen Anne Far Hall in Queen Anne, which is where we were living at the time. So at that point, all the children were married. But anyway, to continue on with Mark, him and Sherry had 2 sons, Matthew Ryan and Mitchell Taylor, I'm sorry. And later on, Mark remarried Tracy Christopher, and they had a son, Jacob Christopher Winstead. I helped Mark several times moving. He was building houses and moving and wiring houses, and the first house he did was on Holly Road. He moved from Bethlehem to the Blades house, I believe. And while we were working on that house, when we finally got it finished, he moved there. And then we did 2 more after that. Now on the first house, him and I did all the wiring, and I hung the wallboard. Him and I did that, and then his brothers came and helped a little bit, but we did most of the work on the house inside once it was framed. And on the second house, he had the Winstead Electric. By that time, I was in charge of that in the field. He was the boss, and we had a couple of guys work with us, and that was out next to his aunt. He bought a piece of property, and we did that house for him. The last house he built is where he's living today, and I had retired by this time, so I had nothing to do. And here you come, I'm gonna have another house. Started off, I was cutting the grass before the house came, and then when the house was built, I wore the complete house, garage, everything there. And his grandmother, or his mother, was there with me most every day. And her and I painted that entire house before they moved into it. So we did that, and he's still there, and I'm sure he'll move again, but the next time somebody else will be doing the wiring and the painting, it won't be me. Mark worked for various electric companies when he became an electrician, and several times during that period of time, him and I would cross paths because he was forever getting me a job where he worked. So he went to work for Shamrock, and I didn't particularly care for Shamrock. I was still working at Balsam and Duckett, but I went to work with him at Shamrock, and then we went to work for Ewing Electric, and we did quite a few houses, and two that he did, one large one down on the island that's now it's a big club down there. It was an individual house then. He worked for a gentleman that was a big game hunter. And they have an elephant that they hauled up on the third floor, and I went down there years later to a wedding, and I think the elephant was still there because they didn't know how to get it back out of the house. So it was still there some years later, but that was his biggest house, and I helped him just a little bit with that when that happened. And then he went from being a electrician to being a project manager. He went to work for Willa Construction. He stayed there for 5 years, and lo and behold, I was looking for a job. He got me a job over at Centerville, working in the hardware store. And it was pretty good money, but it was boring to me because all I had to do was try to sell people electric and plumbing parts and so on, and through the store. And so here come Mark again, and he said, Willow's got a job you might like. Why don't you go down and talk to Andy Cheesem about it? And I said, well, what's the job? The job was taking care of all the tools and all the vehicles and signing things in and out and being there. So I went to Willow, and one more time we were together working, although I didn't see him but early in the morning in the daytime and rarely at night. But I worked there 2 years with him. He was there a total of 5, and he got his green willow coat that he was proud of, that everybody got awarded back in them days. Mark has always been here for me when I need him. I've never had to really call and ask if I would comment on what I had to do. He would show up, and he lived here with Sherry back early on when they had first got married, and we built a little shed out back. There was no outbuildings in this house at all when we moved here. So we went down to Easton and looked at a shed, and we came home and built it. It wasn't the greatest, but it's still standing. And I've stored a lot of stuff in it. It was my workshop when we built it. But now, years later, he come along and we built the barn. And I got all this material to build it with, and at the last minute Mark found a guy that already had walls made and wasn't going to use them. So I swapped that fellow the lumber for the walls, and we got a carpenter and a helper, and Mark and his 2 brothers and I built this barn, which today I have my workshop upstairs, and then it's a 1-car garage downstairs. But from the day we moved here in 1986 to this house, the first thing we did was hang lights in the attic, and it's never quit. Anything that's ever had to be worked on or done, he's always come and helped. And in addition to that, he's always been very generous with his time and taking us places and going and doing things. He's been a great son, and we're both very proud of him. So thank you, Mark.
Anytime you want to start.
While we were living in Queen Anne, I've already talked about the tariffs and how terrible it was. I had a cousin named Lou Cherry who worked on an estate, and they had a stake body truck, and they were moving a lot of dirt one day, and I asked him, I said, do you suppose you could bring me some dirt up here and fill in this? The front of the house had a sidewalk that went to nowhere. In the old days, it used to go to a street, but I had took where it entered the street and walled it up so it didn't go anywhere anymore. There wasn't no steps there. I covered them up, and I wanted to cover up the hole that I had in the middle and the sidewalk because it would make it so much easier for me to cut that grass. And he brought me the dirt and we leveled it out, and it worked pretty good. It actually grew grass. It was hard to grow there because the cement was underneath of it, and it was only maybe a foot or a little bit deeper, but it worked out nice. I didn't have to have that rut in the middle of the yard all the time. And when we came to Queen Anne, had a picket fence in the backyard. That was one of the first things we took down. And had a banister all the way around the house. And Kevin was a young man and a child then, and had a hornet's nest underneath the banister, and they came out and stung him 50, 60 times or whatever. I don't know. I bet it was terrible, and he almost died of that. But I tore the banister down. We put aluminum siding on the house and a new roof. That was kind of scary. I had a guy named Greg Sands come, who I knew. He was a carpenter, and he would get right up on the roof and nail on the shingles, and I was on a ladder, and he said he told me that he would be more free to be on the ladder than he would be on the shingles. Had a lot of outbuildings as you come out the back door. Had one section of that house was aided on to the house. It had two actual little sections. I tore one of them off as soon as we got there, left one for like a back porch, tore the other one off, and all these outbuildings are out there. And I tore all them down. While I was tearing them down, I fell through the roof and caught myself by my armpits going through the rafters. That wasn't a real good day. It had a row of sheds out back, and we finally connected them together for storage space and whatever. And then they had a one-car garage that sit there. So by the time we left there, which was 20-some years later, I had torn down that garage and gone and bought lumber from Johnson's Lumber Company and built myself a two-car garage with a section in the middle for storage and a section in the back for a workshop. And I was really proud of that. It didn't turn out exactly as nice as I had hoped, but it was plenty good enough for me to have. And my mother-in-law had given me a wood stove that I put in there and heated it up, and that worked good. And I spent a lot of hours out in that garage, and the only other person that outdid me there would be Chris, because he lived out there with his motors and whatever. Mark worked for a guy at one point while he was young, and he painted a car out there. But that was the buildings. And the old farm bill, it was very handy in bringing children home to be on time for occasions when people would come visit or time to eat. Across from us was Joe Shorrell and Connie and their two boys right across the road. And Joe was in the fire company, as was his father-in-law, Clinton Stoops, who was Mr. Fire Department of Queen Anne, Hillsborough. So when Chris grew up, he decided he wanted to join the fire company. We had to sign for him because he wasn't old enough. And I tried to ask him not to do it, but he was determined to go, and he signed up for the fire company. But it wasn't too long before he got Kevin to sign up. And when Mark finally turned old enough, he signed up. We had all three of our sons was in Queen Anne Hillsborough Fire Department. Kevin soon lost interest and left. Mark moved away, and that left Chris. Chris, when he left home and got married, he only moved as far as outside of Hillsborough, so he was still a member there, and he went on to become the various members or whatever they did in the fire company. He wound up being the chief and so on and so forth. And he actually put 20 years in that fire company and was a life member of the fire company. Once when he attended a fire, it was snowing, and he had bought a brand new Bronco, beautiful automobile. and he ran up to the firehouse. The snow was on the ground. Pushed on the brakes and went right straight on through the firehouse, tore the blocks down. And he was inside the firehouse. I guess he was one of the first ones ready to go because he was there. And I don't know how much damage it did to his car, but he was at the firehouse. The other boys, when the fire whistle would ring, they could hear it. And Joe would come out and get in his old Ford pickup and start up the hill. They would run out our door, run across the street, and jump in the back of Joe's pickup while it was moving, which was an unbelievable feat. But I saw this with my own eyes. Remind me of a western of a guy jumping on a running horse. They actually could jump on that pickup as it was going up the hill and ride onto the firehouse. So we had a lot of tales in our lifetime with the fire company. Two other little incidents was when once they had a truck parked in the next yard to us. The John Deere building was next to us. Had a big lot empty in the front right next to our garage, and they parked this truck there, tractor trailer type thing. And it sit there a couple of days with the sun beating down on it, and somehow it caught fire up in the front part of the truck. They were called the fire company, and the siren went off, the people came. They brought the fire engine down there. They didn't know how to get the water out of the fire engine. There they were. There was the water. They couldn't get it. They didn't know what valves had turned opened up. Luckily for them, Chris come around the corner. I think he was working in Ridgely at the time. He come around the corner and someone hollered, and he went over there and opened up the valves and got the water for them. And they were able to put the fire out. And another sadder time was when Mark got his first car, was a Ford Elite, and he got it painted. He was so proud of that car, and he got it painted, brand new paint job, and it was sitting in our backyard. He was at school, and they decided to burn timbers over in that same yard next to us in John Deere lot. And all these embers were going up into the air, and the wind was bringing them across the fence, and they were landing on Mark's brand new paint job. And we could not believe that anybody would be so foolish as to not ask or do something before they would do something as ridiculous as that. But it happened, and all along Queen Anne we had a pretty good life. And when we moved down there, the town was very quiet. There wasn't much going on. My wife had grew up there, and her mother was still there, her brother was there. And a lot of people I got to know were there, and one of those people was George Pepper and Joe Shortle. My next door neighbor was Joe. George Pepper lived uptown, and I had known him before that. And they decided to come talk to me about becoming a member of the town council. I could care less. I was not into politics. I didn't want to be involved. And they said, well, why don't you? Said, we can't find anybody. They told the truth. They couldn't find it. Nobody wanted a job. So they finally convinced me into running for the town council job. So I did. And very few votes got me in because most people didn't even care enough to go to the firehouse to vote. But I won the election, and I got in the council. And if you were there, a term of 3 years was the total term. The last year there, you became the mayor of the town, automatic, because it was on a rotating basis. And the first guy there would be the first guy to leave. And if he was there first, and 2 years later he was the mayor, and then the next year he was gone, unless he ran again for re-election. So I came, and we did a lot of ordinances in the town. We talked about not letting trucks, tractor trailers park on the streets. We talked about dogs getting dog tags, which never really happened. And we did we passed a lot of ordinances in the town, but we never really had a town cop. So we never got anybody to back them up. And that's just the way it was. And I had one guy lived there named Professor Clark. He lives up on Main Street on the corner in the big house where you go down the hill to the old road to Easton. Him and his mother lived there. And he wore a white shirt and necktie.
Cutting grass.
cutting his grass, and he called me up and wanted to know if I would come around to his house. He had a problem. I didn't know whether I was a councilman or the mayor, but I went. He wanted me to shovel his gutters out because they were clogged up with dirt. And being the nice person I was, I shoveled them out. And I thought how crazy this was that I'm supposed to be a council member and I'm around here shoveling dirt for some guy too old to do it. So anyway, I ran again after that, and that was 2 terms. And this time, Gussie Gibson was a member of the town council. Well, it was never dull when Gussie was there. Gussie always had a project going on, and he always had something to talk about. And he'd either make you laugh, or he'd be telling you where you could go to get a good meal and eat. But that was Gussie. It was never dull. And him and the guy named L were the 2 council members, Don L. And they said, we need to talk about having hogs in the town of Queen Anne. And I said, having hogs? Yep, we got the problem with somebody lives here, and he's right across the river, Jack. He's in the town limits, and he's got hogs. And we don't like that. We want to do away with it. And Gussie said, yeah, you can smell them pretty good up my way. And so we decided, we passed ordinance there would be no hogs allowed in the town. And well, somebody had to go tell this guy, and I don't know who told him. They probably sloughed it off on me because I was the mayor and I was the youngest member there of the 2 of them. They kind of thought it was funny that they could get me to do these things. So the fellow that had the hogs wasn't too happy. And he was an older guy and he'd lived there for years. And I guess he'd always had hogs. So time went on and nothing happened. We decided, well, we got to go to court. We had to go to Centerville to court, the 3 of us and him and whoever, and discuss the problem of having hogs in the town of Queen Anne. And I said, well, Gussie, I said, you brought this up. I said, I guess you can do the talking. Oh, no, you're the mayor, and the mayor has to do, you're in charge, so you'll have to do the talking. I acted like the old man, and I felt bad about it. But I had to get up and make a speech about hogs in Queen Anne. That was one of the highlights of my term there as mayor. Hogs of all things. Later on, and do this, I was done. Here they come, someone else. Well, we need a commissioner. Will you consider coming back? No. Well, we got to have somebody, and you know all about it. So I went, and they let me, I signed up, and they come to vote for me getting in to run, and it made the newspaper headlines. Star Democrat, 3 votes wins. It wasn't a total of 3 votes over the last person. It was a total of 3 votes, period. 3 votes wins. And the person who talked to me says, who were the 3 votes? You, your wife, and who? I said, 3 votes were 3 votes. My wife and I did not vote because I wasn't interested in the job. But I got put into it and I'll do it. So I did it. And before that term was ended, the next guy in line, right at the end of my term of the 3 years, I was getting ready to get out again. The next guy decided he didn't want no part of it, so he wanted to know if I'd stay another time and I could just, instead of starting all over, I'd just stay the mayor. Okay, this is my 4th time as mayor of the town of Queen Anne. So this time they had royalty, who was, I have a book here somewhere, royalty from England coming to look at cattle down on the island. And you got a formal invitation, Lord so-and-so, or whoever he was, Duke so-and-so. He was somebody related to the Queen, and he was coming with his wife and with his people. And the town council and a few selected members were invited to go down, have luncheon with him, and look at the cattle. I was thrilled. I could care less about seeing a cow. I grew up with them. but you don't get to see a guy in England too often who's related to the Queen. So my wife and I went down and ate underneath the tent at a nice meal, which we didn't really enjoy because it wasn't of our liking, but we ate it, and we got to see the royal couple, and we got to see the cow. And I think I resigned on the same day as that because I was getting close to getting out, and I had put a letter in a resignation, and that wound up my 3 years. A lot of other crazy things happened during that period where we made a lot more town ordinances, but
Street signs. The street signs.
oh yeah, the one of the things, somebody wanted to know the correct address for the town. We had to have a map drawn up or something while I was there, and I didn't know the names. There wasn't any names. I asked my wife, and she said, well, we lived on Broad Street. And I don't know if that was the street that went by her house or up and down by her house or where it was. She didn't think it was the one went up and down by our house. So I let this go on for a while, and I asked around some more, and nobody could come up with the names of the town, the street names. So I said, okay, we got to have a name. So I named it the town. Park Avenue started coming off of Eastern Road where you turn right into Queen Anne. You come up past the railroad track, crossed over by Illy Lumber to a stop sign, shot straight on across to another stop sign, went straight down into the ballpark. That's how I named it. It was called Park Avenue because it went to the ballpark. The street we lived on, I named First Street. I was the mayor, so I took a little bit of liberty in moving myself uptown, like moving on up. I lived on First Street, even had a number. We were uptown. Railroad Avenue was where my brother-in-law lived because he lived up near the railroad tracks next to him, and we named that Railroad Avenue. And I think there was only 3 streets in the whole town. Oh yeah, Main Street was Main Street. Come down the street and turn left and go to Denton, or turn right and go wherever. The old Easton Road. So you had 4 names, and I went down to St. Michael's and met an elderly gentleman down there who had a forge and made all kind of signs and things, and he was a very talented person. And I asked him, he had made all the signs for the town of St. Michael's. If you go to St. Michael's today and you look at a street sign, you'll see the identical signs that we had made in Queen Anne. And he made them himself. And so anyway, I ordered the signs and he made them. I brought them home, I ordered the post, and I hung the signs myself. Put the sackreed in the ground and put the signs up. Now Queen Anne was officially on the map. We had street signs. We lived there a few more years, and by the time we left there, half the street signs had disappeared. I don't know where they went to, but they were gone. People ran into them, knocked them down. They were never replaced. And riding through there today, I see there's been another sign added. It says Chairs Street, and I was shocked. Chairs Street was an alleyway that ran between the parsonage and Mr. Calvin Blades' house and ran up toward the far house. It was an alley, but that was the entrance to the Chairs John Deere building. And someone, I guess in the Chairs family, decided that they wanted to name it Chair Street. And I had no problem with that because I figured they had been there a lot longer than I had. And if that made them happy, then I was happy. So now they've got 5 street signs, as far as I know, in Queen Anne. And just another little biggie that we had down there. Also, at the time, they built the armory out on the highway while I was the mayor. And the town's immediate response was that they did not want anybody in uniform to be out there or coming into town or whatever. They were afraid of it. And since I was responsible for carrying the man around and showing him the different spots associated with the area that were free where a building could be built for this armory, I kind of felt responsible because I was also the town commissioner. So I showed him where to put it now to go tell them it wouldn't hurt them. So we had a big meeting at the town hall and advertised it in the paper, and I got up and presented to them what was going to happen and how it was going to take place, and tried to explain what happened during what they called a drill for the National Guard Armory, that they would be started 7 o'clock at the building, they would have classes, they would do this, they would do that. But they mainly never left the area. They stayed right on the property. They wouldn't be wandering around town with a loaded gun, and they wouldn't be out harassing people and all the wild things that people thought was going to happen. Never did happen, so I guess they finally decided, or somebody decided it was okay. They built the building, which still stands today. And later on, they abandoned the building. The Guard abandoned the building, and I understand it's been given over to Y College, but I've never yet seen where they have actively took it over. It just looks deserted. They had a lot of truck testing going on out there for a while, automotive testing, where you would go get your driver's license for a tractor trailer truck. One of my sons was involved in that, and then when they closed and rebuilt the Eastern Armory, they brought all the equipment up there because it still owned the building, and built a fence and had it all sit there while they built the Eastern Armory. And once that moved back out, it just kind of sits there, and I see a few cars up there, but I have no idea what it became. So much for the mayor and the town.
I
Oh, hold on. Okay,
gotta go through.
you're good.
Okay, go ahead.
Ready?
Yep.
Couple of things that I want to touch on was things that I liked during my lifetime. I liked in school. I liked playing soccer and agricultural class. Of course, I had the same teacher for both, so I think I liked him too. But I enjoyed playing ball for 4 years. Made the team all 4 years. And then while I was living home, I always wanted a horse. And we had a big double barn for a garage. My father kept his car in half of it, and I fixed the other half up as a place for a horse. And I had a bridle. I remember hanging there in the hay, put hay in the building, and asked him could I have a horse. Some other people in town actually had horses back in those days. That was in the 50s in Ridgely. And his answer was, no, we're not going to have a horse. So anyway, wherever I would go, we had friends that mostly had ponies that I would get to ride. And spent a lot of time out there. Mr. William Evans, who was a bus driver and a farmer, he had a little pony, and I rode it a lot. And the wood farm, they had ponies, I rode them. And my cousin had a horse, I rode that. And I always had a love for horses. At one time, I had a collection of horses, little brass figurine horses from all sizes, from teeny tiny to large, 10, 12 inches. And I don't have one of them left, much of my regrets, because some of them were very nice. One of them I got caught playing with, like the kids, before Christmas in my mother's closet, and so I pretty well knew I was getting that for Christmas, but I always did like horses. So when we were married living in Queen Anne, we had those buildings out back, and why this happened, I'll never know. I went to the sale barn out on 404 and bought a little male stallion horse, pony, and brought it home and put it in the backyard in this building, and it was big enough for it to be there, and we fed it and kept it there. Cleaned up the mess. Then we had to go buy a new saddle. We bought that down in Cordova from a fellow. And the kids got to ride the pony around the yard. But it was a cantankerous little devil, and it would bite you or kick you or whatever it could do. I couldn't ride it because I was a groom, So it was only good for the children. And we had a neighbor then. Of course, we lived next door to the Methodist parsonage at Queen Anne. And we always had preachers going and coming. This particular one had a daughter, and she was almost an adult. She wouldn't know if she could ride the pony. She came over there and rode it, and I think it gave her a big bite right where she didn't want to get one. And that was the end of her horseback riding, so she didn't ask no more. But we had that pony for a while, and by then I had got the fever back. I wanted to ride myself. So we decided we would sell that pony, and we'd get a larger one that I could ride. So one of my friends knew a guy that had a pony that was a large, come from Chincoteague, which was a big deal. It was a Chincoteague pony. Misty of Chincoteague, you've probably heard of that. But this was one of the ponies that grew up on the island, and it was almost horse size. It was a female, brown and white. And Bill Dudley outside of town owned the pony. And of course, one of my friends, Frank Sherwood or Jack Shortlight, told me. I looked at it and I said I'd buy it from him. So my wife and I went out there, and I didn't even have a saddle that would fit the horse. I had a bridle, but I knew everything because I could ride it home. And we went out there to the farm, which is 2 or 3 miles outside of town. And we finally got the pony caught up, and I got on the pony and started riding toward Queen Anne. I went maybe a quarter mile, and it wouldn't go. It refused to go, just stopped. And every time it would stop, it would turn around and try to go back where it had come from. And this went on for half hour, 40 minutes. My wife was in the truck waiting patiently, and I'm doing all kinds of things I could do to get the horse to go, the pony to go, and it won't go. Here come Frank's brother, Bud Sherwood. They had been around horses and ponies all their lives, grew up on farm. And Bud stopped and he said, "So you having some trouble?" I said, "A little bit." I said, "I can't get this pony to leave." I said, "I guess he don't want to leave here." He said, "You want me to ride him in town for you?" I said, "If you don't mind." He jumped on that pony, and away they went. Wasn't no hesitation, went right on. I had made arrangements with Jack Gibson, my brother-in-law, to keep him down at his house. He had a large field and a shed. So I was now in the horse business. I had this large, and I rode it around the ballpark in town and in and out of different places and wherever I could go. I finally got an English saddle. Never won another one. But that was my first saddle. I had an English saddle, and I rode that pony with that. Well, like I said, she was almost as big as a horse. While I had her there, she had a colt, and by that time I decided I was really going to have horses, and I took her and the colt up to Felton. I think it was to Felton, to a sale, and sold them both up there. And bought a large, dark brown female horse. I don't know where that horse come from. Somebody had for sale, and I bought it. And it was the most stubborn, cantankerous horse I had ever been on. I would ride it down to my house from Jackie's, and it wouldn't leave my house. I thought, here we go again. And I got out in the road one day, about 50 feet from the house, and the horse stopped, and I got mad, and I slapped it with the rein and kicked it. And my wife got upset because I was beating the animal. And I couldn't make it go, and I guess the finally did go because it went back down there. And I decided I'm going to get something that I can ride. I can't ride this one, I'll get something. Jack Shortle had a horse young horse that he was thinking about selling. He had the horse's mother. They were both big horses. The particular one that he was going to sell was maybe 3 years old, which is very young at that point. It was a half Arabian horse and half grade horse, which grade just meant that it was a horse. It wasn't a brand or anything like an Arabian or whatever. But it was a big horse. It was brown and white. And I looked at it, and it was a big horse. But anyway, I sold the mare to a man down in St. Michael's, and I went out and told Jack I was going to buy the horse. He was tickled. I bought the horse and brought it to Queen Anne. I could ride this one, but I could catch him and get on him. A lot of times I put the saddle on the horse, put my foot up in the saddle, and at the same time I was putting my foot up, he'd be gone. And you talk about fun trying to go across that field and get on a horse with your foot in or out of the saddle and him starting to run. It was quite. I finally mastered that and got him so I could get on him. And I kept him for almost 20 years. The horse had no quit in him. He would never ever stop. I raced a lot of people who had fast horses. And I was a big man. I weighed 220, 225. I had a saddle, 50, 60 pounds. He was a big horse, but no matter who he raced, he won. I never lost a race on him. One guy bragged down to Aztec one year how fast his horse was. And naturally, all the guys sicked me on him, and well, I beat him again. So that was like he never give up, and I kept him a long time here in Queen Anne. And we decided we were thinking about moving. We had to do something with the horses. So I went out and talked to Jack. The horse was 20 years old by then. And I went back out there and I said, would you like to have Ike back? He said, I've got two now. I can't afford to give you anything for him. I said, don't want nothing. Let me have one of your horses that you don't want. I'm going to take him to the auction. Whatever money I get, that's it. You can have Ike if you want him back. He took him. And he was, like I said, 20 years old. And he rode him up the Fair Hill after that, after the ride that I had. I was up there when I rode him up there at 21 because I joked about it. I said, he's 21 years old this year and he's decided he doesn't want to do this anymore. He went up on top of a little hill after we were riding for a half hour or so and he stopped. And I cried because for 20 years this horse was a handful. And today he didn't want to go. It was very unlike the horse. So it was a very sad parting when he left, but he left, and at that point we were getting ready to leave the town of Queen Anne. So then we moved to Ridgely, but had a lot of fun with him at different rides. Went to Fair Hill, went to Chincoteague, Assateague, all around town, all different towns around with fellows that I knew, local trail rides, and it was a lot of fun. It wasn't too much fun for my wife because she got left home, but after we got the camper and went on some of the bigger rides, she got to go and talk with some of the girls. And that was nice for her. But I don't like to say this, but he was a hell of a horse. Long time too.
Whenever you'd like to start. Actually, give me 1 second. Okay.
We're going to talk a little bit about cars. Growing up, I never thought I would become a car person. I had a bicycle when I was a young man. It was maroon. I had one bicycle in my lifetime. I got it when I was very young, and I had it until I got a car. And I rode that bicycle everywhere it would go. To the river, anywhere, everywhere it went. I got a new seat put on it, a lot of new wheels and tubes, but I rode that one bike and I put a decoration on the front of it off a car hood. Even back then I was monkeying around changing stuff. It was of some lady that had come off a hood on it and I put it on front of my bike. But I had one bicycle. So then, as I grew older, I began to think about having cars. 14 to 15, I was thinking about it. Couldn't get one till you were 16, driver's license. But anyway, I had started to think I might like to get a car. So I started saving all my money from cutting grass. Back in those days, you had a push mower. It wasn't what you call today a push mower because this had no motor on it. It had push power, one person push power. You pushed it, the wheels turned, the reel turned on the mower, and it cut the grass. That was how you cut grass back in the old days, push mower. And then to make more money, I went out on farms. I was larger than most of the young boys my age, and I went out on farms and got up hay. And I would work on the back of the tractor on a wagon. They would shoot the hay up into the wagon, and I would stack the hay on the wagon. It had to be stacked a certain way. To each other row would be different or something. You'd stack up the hay, and I would go all day long when farmers would pick up hay. And you'd pick it up in the field, and then you'd take it up to the house and load it up in their barn lofts. And if it was a hot day and you had a hot bale of hay and it had rained the night before and it was green, if you ever picked up a wet green bale, it was all you could do to pick it up. It was terrible. And probably that's what gave me the hernia operation that I had when I was 16 was hay. But anyway, that's what I did to make money. I did anything I could do to put money aside for a car. And I don't know who ever told me about the car, but Bus Williams had a garage. He was the local mechanic in town. He had a garage around by the railroad station. And I knew him growing up, knew his children. And I went up there and he said, well, I don't own the car. He said, Lewis Buckle owns the car. It was a white 46 Ford two-door car, sedan, big old car. Had what they call a flathead motor in it. It's not like the V8 cars of the day. It's called a flathead. And the funny thing was the motor was tore up. The car didn't run. That's why I'd been sitting there for almost a year. He said, I don't know what he wants for it, but he said, it's not much good without the motor. I said, just make him an offer. Maybe you can get it. I don't know what I paid him for it. But I bought the car. And I don't know how it got from there to Maple Avenue, but it came to where we lived and got parked back in the corner of the backyard. Sit there for another 6 or 8 months with no motor. And my uncle, who was a mechanic, Charles Knott, my mother's brother, went to Preston Ford and bought me a new motor. He didn't pay for it, but he bought it, and I paid for it with the money I had made. And he came around and we parked that car underneath the walnut tree in that backyard. And he told me how to put the motor in and helped me put it in. And we had a jack over the tree limb with a chain and lowered it up and took the old one out and put the new one in. He'd tell me what bolts to put where and what to do what. And I couldn't remember any of it, but somehow we got that car put together and it actually started. It was a miracle. And it was funny because I remember back then the car had a switch key that you had to turn, and then it had a push button, a little knob that you pushed up, and then you pushed the starter button. You had to do 3 things to start that car. And then it was a gear shift car. There wasn't too many automatic cars back in those days. They were gear shifts. You had first gear, second gear, third gear, and reverse. It was called the H pattern. A lot of people got confused because they didn't know how to go to reverse. But I never really had much trouble with it. I had already learned that long before I got the car. And we got it running, and I took it up the street, and the accelerator got hung up in it, and it was flying down the street, and I didn't know how to get the car stopped. Trying to get it pushing on the brake. Finally, we got all that fixed. And I remember taking my sisters to school in it, and anywhere else I went with that car. That was my first car. It was sort of a light white or light off-white color. It wasn't a very pretty car, but it was a 46 Ford, my first one. And I kept it maybe a year. I was 16 then. I kept it maybe a year. I'll back up a second. I had to go get my driver's license. So that was held in Denton at the Armory building. You had to go to Denton Armory and go inside, fill out some papers, and you had to get a car to ride on it first and then go there and get your license. And I borrowed my other uncle's car. He had a 50 or 51 Plymouth, Grayson Winstead, my dad's brother. And I borrowed his car because it was shorter than mine and newer. And I think it still had the gear shift in it, but I washed it all up and cleaned it up that day and took it over there to get my license, and pulled off from the armory and went around the block, and I'm going down the street and I'm riding with a guy that's going to give me the license, and I'm going right down the wrong half of the street, and by some miracle I came back, parked the car, and they gave me my license without saying anything about me going. It was a wide street, I guess it didn't matter. But I got my license and I had the Ford. And I kept that Ford for a year, traded it off for a 49 Chevrolet. Going to school back years ago, we used to walk to school every day. And then later when I got the car, I rode a lot, still walked a little. But there was a filling station on the way to school on the left-hand side, John M. Salisbury. I never knew what the M stood for, but John Salisbury's filling station, and he worked on cars, and he had a little store there, and his wife worked there, Mary. And he was a very, very nice person. I was told that he was wealthy, but he never acted like it. He was just a very nice, friendly person. And I think most everybody liked him, and he sold cars and worked on cars, and he had a good business, and he had sold a few used cars out in front of the building for a sideline. He had a 49 Chevrolet blue two-door with a red horn on it. It wasn't really red, it was made out of some kind of plastic, but it was on that car. And I talked to him about it, and I remember one of the doors didn't exactly work right, but back in them days it didn't make any difference. It was 3 years nearer than what I had, but even though I had a new motor, I wanted a newer car. So I swapped him the Ford for the Chevrolet, and I paid him weekly, whatever our agreement was. I paid him till I got it paid off. There was a young fellow that came around with Tim Williams. Tim Williams was Rosemary Knott's uncle, married her aunt. And the young fellow came around with them, delivered milk to local stores. And the only reason I bring this up is that he bought that Ford that I traded in. He heard about me getting rid of it, and he knew about the motor and all. They went out there and he bought the car. And a month or so later, I went up to Goldsboro, and the car was sitting up there at a garage. He had flipped it over and tore it up, and it was sitting there, what was left of it, and I got out and looked at it. That was the last time I saw the Ford. But anyway, I had the Chevrolet, and I was happy with it. And it ran good, and I didn't have any trouble with it. But always being me with the car thing, I decided one more time I'm going to get something newer. This time it was a 51 Mercury. Boy, those things would go. They would really go down the road, and they were a big car. Went up to Delaware, someplace, Smyrna, somewhere along Delaware on the highway. Local guy there was named Barney King. He lived right here in town. And I bought this car from him, traded in the Chevrolet. I had that car about a month. A lot of black smoke coming out of it, and one thing to another. And I really got concerned over the car because I liked the car. As soon as I got it, I went down to my uncle's, who was working for Bill Williams, Bus's father. They had a big shop down on where Hutchison Brothers is now. And went down to see Uncle Charlie, and I said, I want to put doors on this car. And he said, what for? And I said, well, the big rage back in the 50s was dole pipes and lowering blocks and fender skirts. And I never did get the fender skirts, but I got the dole pipes. He put them on there. And as I was backing out of the driveway, I backed into a telephone pole and demolished the driver's door on the outside of my very first night of owning the Mercury. Well, good old Uncle Charlie, he said, I know where there's a Mercury we can get a door from. And he went and got me a black door. The car was some sort of greenish, bluish color. I don't even know what it was. It was odd. But my dad had a guy that worked in the milk plant. Dad was the manager of the milk plant in Browers, Rosie. A guy named George Murphy. and he painted the door for me. It never matched, but he did a good job of painting it, and we put it on the car. It was close, but it never really matched. And of course, in the meantime, all those other things developed with it. So I took it around to old Bus Williams, where I got my first car from, and asked him could he take a look at it and tell me what was going on with this car. And he said, I played hooky that day, we were going to work on it. And I went up there instead of going to school, and we got the car and jacked it up and got underneath of it, and he ran a little bit, and he said, I'm going to tell you a little secret. He said, the best thing you can do to this car is fill it just as full of the heaviest oil you can find, and take it right back to Barney King and tell him you want to get rid of it and you want something different. Don't tell him nothing else, just you want something else. He said, somebody duped this car up and you bought it and they got rid of it and it ain't worth 5 cents. He said, just unload it quick as you can. So I didn't wait long. I took it back up there to Barney and bought a 1950 Chevrolet 4-door. It was a long back end on it. It was a black. That was my 4th car. I still had yet to graduate. And I had 4 cars before I got out of school. And when I left to go in service, I left that car sitting home for 3 years with my dad, and we've already talked about that when I come home and got the new one. And he eventually bought that old Chevrolet back. I didn't even know he wanted it. But it was a good car, and that was it. And by that time, by the time I got home and bought the next new one, it was the 59. Then we bought a 62 brand new Impala 4-door Chevrolet hardtop. In 63, we bought the nicest, one of the nicest cars we owned. It was a black Chevrolet with a white top. It was a convertible with red interior. It was a beautiful automobile, white soluble tires. I never really liked the shape of the car that much, but it was a beautiful automobile. We bought it right brand new, and it was a pretty automobile. And we were pretty happy with that one. And then the next year, I got another one. 1964, we bought a 2-door Chevrolet hardtop maroon. And this is a car that we had when we moved to Queen Anne. When we moved to Queen Anne, I ran across a guy that I knew. I didn't really know him. I'd gone to school with his sisters, with his wife's sister. This was a young man, he played in a band, and he had a 63 Ford convertible maroon with a black top. And that car went up down to the old Noble Ford building for sale, and I had the Chevrolet that we had just got, only had it a little while. Chevrolet, at that point, we didn't have a whole lot of money. We had the children, so we didn't buy the most expensive car, but it was a nice car. I was seeing the Ford down there, and I fell in love with it. And I made a deal, cost me more money to go back a year, but I bought that Ford car, and we had it for 2 or 3 years. Kept it. I don't know which cars we brought who home from the hospital in, but we had that Ford for a while. And then we went back to Chevrolet. We had a white station wagon. When all the children were with us, we'd go to Pennsylvania in the station wagon. And to make a long story short, we had approximately 80-some cars in my lifetime. Pickup trucks were a big thing. The first pickup I ever bought was Howard Pender's old truck. It was back in the 50s. It was blue. It was an old Ford, about 57, 58. I was uptown then because I had a car and a pickup. I was tickled. And later on, I bought a 69 pickup from a man who lived outside of Queen Anne, Franklin Milby. And that was a nice truck. He took good care of it. It was white with a yellow bottom. And I never liked the color of the truck. By that time, things were all becoming automatic. All the cars and trucks were automatic. That was really nice. So we took that truck and we made it into a 72 model. My wife helped me put all new chrome on it down the sides, a whole new chrome grille. and we changed the looks of that truck, so when we got done with it, you couldn't tell it from 72. It looked brand new. And once while we had it, we went out to Franklin Milby's house to look at his house, and he was there. And he laughed. He said, "I just got getting ready to get rid of another one." Said, "You want to buy it?" And I said, "No, just spent a fortune fixing this one up." So all through my lifetime, I've had, like I say, maybe 80 some automobiles, but I had a lot of pickups, and I bought a couple of El Caminos. The first one I had, I bought, tried to pull a horse trailer and haul hay with it. That didn't work. Went back to pickups. Years later, I bought another El Camino. That was a nice little car, but it had a problem and got rid of that. Back to the pickups again. The 63 white Chevrolet station wagon that we had was one of a kind. It was a station wagon, white outside and blue inside. And I took it to a local guy and got him to chop off the back end behind the back seat. And he moved the window glass up there and put it there where the regular glass that was on the back. He moved it up and put tin down the bottom. And that car became a 4-door pickup. And it was one of a kind. We called it the It because it wasn't a car and it wasn't a truck, but we could ride in it and we could pick up hay in it. And just one of the crazy things that I've done with cars. I always loved my brother-in-law's T-Bird. Mac had a 64, 65, 66. I don't know what year it was. It was one of those 3 years. Brand new Ford T-Bird. And it was black with a white top. And it was a beautiful automobile. I had the Ford convertible long at that time, but he had this T-Bird. And it had a retractable top on it. And you would push a button and the top would come up and go down and go somewhere, and then it had a cover that came out and covered it up. And my wife went to Pennsylvania to visit my parents one weekend. Let me do this, but he said I could borrow his car to go up there in. And I told him I wouldn't monkey with the top, but as soon as I got out of town, I put the top down, and it didn't go down right, and it caused a bubble in the car to where it went down. And I had to go to Pennsylvania in it and come home and come back and tell him that I told him that I had raised the top up to show him a file of the car, and it happened. It didn't. It happened right on the way out of town because I was going to put it down as soon as I got out of sight. But I always loved the T-Bird that he had. And after years and years later of going through numerous automobiles and numerous convertibles and everything else, I had a chance to buy a T-Bird. It was a hardtop. By that time we were into motorcycles. And it was my first brand new motorcycle, and I had it for a while. We were, I guess, got tired of it a little bit, and we decided to trade it off for this T-Bird. The T-Bird was a 1966. The motorcycle was an 83. I took another beating on that, but I got the T-Bird. And this was one of Mark's geniuses. We were riding together. We did a lot of electrical work together. Him and I worked over years together in different places for different people. We worked together sometimes for the same boss. And we were going to St. Michael's. And we stopped at a boat yard and looked at the canvas tops on the boats. And I said, "Now look how simple that is. All that is a couple pieces of pipe, and they bent that and put a top right on it." And I said, "Why can't we do that to the T-Bird?" And Mark, he wasn't sure. He said, "We can try." And so we come home with it, and it was around getting close to Mother's Day that year. Dan Lane and Mary Faye were up home. Chris came around, and we talked to him about it. Chris said, "You let me have that car for an hour," and he said, "I'll make a convertible out of it." So we drove it down to Chris's house. He was still living down around Hillsborough. Dan Lane and I went down there in the car. It was a 66 hardtop. Chris went and got some Sawzall blades and a saw, and he cut the top off across where the windshield started, and he cut the back off, And the next thing, we took the top off the car, and it was a convertible. What was left of it. It was a weird looking convertible, but it was a convertible because it didn't have any top. So we drove it home, and it still had raggedy edges on the back where he'd cut it. And Mark come along, and we made this bow that fit in there where you could put this top on. And we took it to Denton to a guy named Claude, who was a local canvas maker and furniture cover and everything else. He was very, at times he could do a beautiful job on things. And he made a top for that car, and when you looked at it coming down the road or sitting still, it was a convertible T-Bird, because you could not tell the difference between a regular T-Bird convertible top than that one. And there it was, maroon with a white top. And my other son Kevin decided that he hated the color, and he volunteered to paint that car with a new coat of maroon. And he painted it, and we enjoyed riding in that car quite a bit, my wife and I. One of the first rides we took was up around Greens when we had the top down. There was a bunch of little kids sitting on the side of the road, and they said, "Look at them old people going in that car." We got laughing tickled. But the car basically sit most of its life here with us in the garage. In fact, we built a garage just for it, and it sit in the garage, and every time, which was monthly or more, when you would back it out, there was always something that was going wrong with it. And the last thing that happened was, it was an automatic, but it had a reverse and drive. It didn't have low, and it didn't have this, and it didn't have that. And at that point, I began to think, well, if it's tearing up every time I take it out, maybe it's time I got rid of it. So I took it down to Max, the guy who inspired the whole thing, lived out on Easton, close to on the highway. He lived right on the highway, down Route 50. I took it down there and put it in his yard for sale. Give it away to some guy, and I doubt he ever used the thing, because he bought it and he just didn't give me the impression that he felt about it like we did. But if we could live our life over, I would probably have kept most of those cars that I own, because they were all something that I really loved, like the first four and the Ford convertible that I really loved. I loved that car so much I actually bought it twice. I bought it after we had got rid of it and gone back to Chevrolets. I found out it was over to Denton and it had been used hard, and I went over there and bought it, put a new top on it, and I had the mechanic tune it up, and we once again had that 63 Ford convertible. I think it was my all-time favorite car of all time. And like I say, we've had at least 80 cars. My grandson Michael has probably outdone me by now. He thinks he has anyway. But we had around 80 cars and 5 or 6 motorcycles and numerous lawnmowers and pickups and Lord knows what else. If it had a motor on it, we probably owned it. So much for the car story. How does it?
All right, whenever you're ready.
After Mary Faye left and we were alone again for a short time, stop. Did I might not be comfortable with it if I put my feet up there? My shoes are gonna. Are my shoes in the picture or not?
Nope.
I can't get comfortable. Damn.
Let's talk about
Moving.
moving to Ridgely.
We've already moved to Queen Anne from Ridgely.
I don't know. You never really. You were talking about you were getting ready to leave Queen Anne.
Did I ever talk about leaving Ridgely when we were looking for the house, and the guy called us back a year later? And we went and bought the house, and then we moved
You
down
told
there
me,
with
I
a
don't
pickup
remember.
loads of.
I don't remember if you told it on the camera or if you told me. You told me the story. I don't remember if
You
it's on
want
the
to do
camera.
it again so you can cut
Sure.
it out?
Sure.
Or we'll move to Queen Anne, then we'll go right into coming back.
Okay.
Every time we went.
Go ahead.
We started our married life on a farmhouse on the corner of Holly and Holsinger Lane, owned by my uncle, Grayson Winstead. We had rented the house before we got married, and when we came back from our honeymoon, that's where we went. And barely had enough furniture to put in the living room and a bed. That's about all we had, and a few pots and pans for the kitchen. And we had a lot of company at that house. My uncles, and my father, mother, and sisters, and her sister, and her husband. Everybody came out to see the newlyweds, and we lived there about 4 or 5 months. Mom's friend, Rosie, they had a house for sale in Ridgely. It was a small brick home facing the ballpark in Ridgely on Park Avenue, of all places. And Mom thought that we should talk to her about the house if we were interested. We did. We talked to her, and we made arrangements to go through the house, and she would take so much money and hold a mortgage and do whatever. The payments back then were like $60 a month, but you must realize that a wage then was $4,000 a year, so it wasn't a big deal. So we moved into that small little brick rancher, and we were very happy there. Our first child came along while we were there. That was Mary Faye, and then Chris, and then Kevin. So we were still in the little house 4 years later with 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, and 2 bedrooms. So we started looking around for a larger house, and we looked at a house in Queen Anne, where my wife had grown up in that little town. It was about a block away. It was a big house sitting up on a hill owned by Mr. Allen W. Moore. We went down and met Mr. Moore, went through the house. It was gigantic compared to what we were living in. It was a nice house, but it was just too much money at that time, so we came back home and put everything on hold and looked around a little bit, but it didn't take long. A year went by, and we got a phone call one day, and of course back then everybody had landlines. There was no such thing as a handheld device that everybody now has, a cell phone. That didn't exist then. So we got a phone call, and it was Mr. Moore, and he said, "Are you still looking for a house?" We said, "Yes." He said, "If you don't mind, I'd like for you to come back down to Queen Anne and go through this one again, and we'd like to talk to you about it." So we made arrangements to go back to Queen Anne, and we went down, and he dropped his price down, and we looked again, and maybe 4 years later, or a year later, from that point even, that we first looked at it, we were in a little better financial shape. So we bought the house. And that house was like $70-some a month, which was insane. We paid $10,000 for that house. We sold it for $60,000 when we moved to Ridgely in 1986. Recently, it went on the market for $230,000, the same house, which shows you how time changes and how money changes. We were very happy in Queen Anne. Our 4th and last child, Mark, was born there. As my wife says, it was a great town to have children grow up in. It was there that I started with a horse thing, and we started out with a small pony and went on and built a garage that we left there that I always wanted a workshop, and we had a workshop in the garage in the house. And we improved the house, put a new roof on, changed some of the rooms, and put outside entranceway to the cellar. And it was a very nice place. And along about the middle of the 70s, I don't know the exact dates, Mary Faye got married and left home. We had 3 boys there, and we had 3 bedrooms. So they had their big bedroom that they always had, and plus hers. I don't know whether anybody used it or not, but they probably didn't. So it wasn't too long after that, Chris got married. He married Vicky, and we were all very happy with that marriage. It was nice. In the meantime, Mary Faye left her husband and came back home to live. That was not good. Mark decided to get married to Sherry. We were happy with that union. Thought they were getting married. And that was really great. And within 3 weeks' time, Kevin pops up and says, I'm getting married too. A month later, and we thought, wow. All of a sudden, we had this house, and we either had 2 or 3 people at the most living in it. It was a monster house with a few people. So we reversed what we had done when we went there. We were there from 1964 until 1986 in Queen Anne. A lot of things happened while we lived there, a lot of automobiles and a lot of stories, but we won't go into any of them. We did attend all the weddings. They were nice, and we had Mom down quite a lot, and she actually departed this earth in the early 80s, 80 or 81, after we had moved there. We decided to come back to look for a house. So we called up a real estate lady, and we said, this is where we live, right here. I said, just take a pencil and draw a circle around this house, 20 miles any direction, and that's where we'll move. We don't really care where. We just want a smaller house with 2 of us and something we can afford to get into. A couple of days later, she called up and says, are you interested in going to look for a home? We said, yes. Where do you think she come to? Ridgely. I said, oh my. I used to always say Ridgely was a good place to be from when I had left Ridgely. Now we're coming back to look at a home. It gets even more scary because we came and looked at a house that was exactly 2 doors down the same street that we had left Ridgely on. The house belonged to Bill Spence, who had married one of my school teachers, and they had lived there. In fact, they were living there while we were living in the house down the street. Children had even played together, and they were moving to another place, and their house was for sale. She took us in, and it didn't even compare to the house that we first had in Ridgely. It was just not organized well, and it was not very clean. My wife immediately got turned off because she is a neat person. I will have to say that. And anybody that knows her can verify that. So that house didn't suit. And the lady said, that's okay, we got another one. So she drives around to First Street and Sunrise and said, here's a brick home that's for sale. The Ivanses lived here. I said, I remember the house well because Mr. Burton Wilkinson was the man who built it back in the 50s. And various other people had lived here. So we came in, looked at the house. My wife fell in love with it. We walked outside and signed papers on the car of the woman who brought us. We went home. And later on that night, we started to talk about the house, and we said, you know, we don't really remember what it had in it or what it was or where this was. The only thing she remembered was the paint color. She bought the house, loved the house, because she fell in love with blue and pink paint. I was astonished. So we called up the owners, the Ivanses, Janet and Rick. Can we come back and take a look at your house? We'd like to check it. Sure. Everything was as it had been. The 2 back bedrooms were unpainted. They were kind of nasty. They were painted a greenish colored. We weren't happy with that at all. The dining room of the house, he had a great big desk sitting in there. That was his office. Of course, there was only 2 of them that didn't have any children. And then they had the kitchen and living room and so on. It was a very nice house, fireplace, hardwood floors. For that time period, it was nice. The house was sold for $60-some thousand, and we bought the house. Got ready to move in, got a van, backed it up in the yard in Queen Anne and started loading the van. Right prior to that, Kevin had an accident at work, and he was in the hospital. We were afraid he wasn't going to make it. When we went to see him at the hospital, the doctor said, you best pray for your son. And I walked in to see him, and he looked horrible, and he said, "I want you to have my truck if anything happens." And I thought, this kid must think he's going, because there was his pride and joy, but he was going to give it up. So anyway, Chris and Jack Gibson, my brother-in-law, and myself and wives and children came, and everybody loaded up the van. We loaded up a pickup, and we came to Ridgely. Chris drove the van over. And that time there was nothing in the front yard except a circle driveway in the yard. There's snow on the ground. It was January of 1986. Chris backed the truck up to the front door, and we started unloading things and putting them away. And I guess we unloaded the bedroom furniture. Anyway, we had it so we could sleep in the house that first night we were here. And Chris and Vicky stayed till everybody went home, and we still were unloading stuff. And sometime, somewhere in the middle of the morning, they said, "We've got to go home. Look what time it is." So they left, and we went to bed. And then we got back up, and we unloaded more stuff because we were here and we were unloading things. And when we came, there was comments made about us coming to Ridgely, living 2 doors down from my wife's sister. We were saddened to hear she felt the way she did about us coming. We thought it would be nice, and it turned out it was nice, even though she didn't apparently think so at first. But we visited back and forth. She was over here every day almost, so it turned out pretty nice. And we were here, and when we moved back, Mary Faye had come back home. So there was 3 of us to live in this house. We had 2 bedrooms here. We had one, she had one. And the house, we didn't have to really do much. It didn't have any outside storage areas at all. But it was a very nice house inside. And we finally got rid of all of our trash and got it hauled away and cut some trees down and did whatever we had to do. And we were just living here in Ridgely. And I was working in Easton at the time, so I was driving back and forth. And I was doing electric work at the time, because the time we had moved, I was now in the electrical field, and I'd been doing that for a while. I had the truck I could bring home, park it over here, and go back and forth to work in it, so that helped a little bit. Mary Faye soon met a young man named Dan Lane, and they started dating. Dan was a few years older than her. And he was a nice looking fellow. He came up, and it wasn't too long before she introduced him, and he came in. We saw a lot of him. He acted very nice, and time went by, and they told us that they were going to get married. And Dan had a grown son by his first wife. They had divorced. He lived in Preston. His home was there. So they got married and moved to Preston. So now we were back to the 2 of us living in the Queen Anne house. At some point, Mark, who was always building a home somewhere for himself, I think he built 3 of them. 2 of them were almost identical. The first house and the last one he's living in now. But I guess it was the first house that he built. He lived in Bethlehem when they got married, and he moved in with us. Him and Sherry lived in our utility room. That was our bedroom for a month or 2 while the house was being finished. I helped him wire the first house. I helped him hang wallboard, helped him do everything you could do. So I felt like I knew quite a bit about that house out there. And I think by that time he had Matthew and Mitchell both at that point. After she left and went to live with Dan, we had an episode where Chris and Vicky came with their children. Chris had bought a house right outside of Hillsborough and a development when they first got married. And it was a single-story home, had 3 bedrooms. And Chris, I think, took some things after his father. Nobody wants to give his father credit. He decided he was going to change that house into a 2-story house. And he went out and hired a couple of carpenters that Mark knew about. and talked to them, and they came and added on to that house and made 2 or 3 bedrooms and a bath and a attic upstairs in the house. And while that was going on, him and Vicky came here to live. The children slept in a bed somewhere. Chris and Vicky slept in this very room we're sitting in on a blow-up rubber mattress. That was their bed. Chris was infamous for bringing home squirrel nuts and twisters and this and any kind of candy that he could find. He would bring it home. We would all have treats because he would bring home the candy. And they stayed here a good month or so, and we enjoyed having them here. It was a lot of fun, even though Michael did cut his finger pretty bad in the bathroom. But they had came, so we had Mark and Sherry had come and live here, and then we had Chris and Vicky. So it was pretty neat having them come back. And everybody had gotten married by that time. They were all married and they all had their own homes. And the first thing happened was Chris and Vicky announced that they were going to have a child. At that particular moment, we weren't seeing Chris and Vicky. They had a daughter named Christy Ann. We didn't see the child until she was 2 years old on Thanksgiving meal at Queen Anne house. They came to our house on Thanksgiving and brought her. Was our first time that we had seen her. She was a very nice looking young lady and very, very nice child. And not to be outdone, Mark, our youngest, announced that.
Next was Jessica.
Oh, sorry, you had to cut that off.
Okay.
So, not to be outdone, Kevin announced that he was also going to have a child, and him and Kathy, and that was Jessica. So you got 2 girls right off the bat. And I had 1 girl and 3 boys, and here I got 2 boys, 3 boys, and they're having daughters left and right. I said, wow, things are evening up here. Granny was tickled. She had girls coming finally. And there was Jessica. So far we've got Chris and Kevin, but that wasn't the end. Mark hung in there, and here come his first, Matthew Ryan. I remember the name well because it was posted on the banner at the church when we went to watch him be baptized. Matt came along, and he was our 3rd grandchild, who we've greatly enjoyed being with.
Mallory.
Then back to Kevin, he had his 2nd child by that time, and that was Mallory Kevin Jr. He was a large boy, always big, and always a large young man. And him and Jessica and Kevin lived in Chestertown with Kathy during their young life, and then eventually they moved to Queen Anne without Kathy.
Michael.
Vicky and Chris were a little slow getting around to number 2, but when he came, he made up for it. There was Michael. And a lot of people think he's like Chris. I don't see it. I think he's his mother reborn. He acts like her, he talks like her. He looks like Chris, a little bit to me. Granny thinks he looks a lot like him. I don't see it as much. But I spend a lot of time with Chris, and maybe I'm looking for something that's just not there. But Michael is Michael, and he's got a good heart. He'll come, if you need him, when he leaves here, he always says, if you need me, call me. And he does. He's come help me numerous times over the years. And it's been very nice having him.
Danny.
Mary Fay, who was one of the early ones to leave home, not the last, but one of the early, she left home, got divorced, got remarried to Dan, and they had a child, Dan Lane Jr. And he soon became one of our favorites because we visited her more than anybody else. I guess this was her mother's doing, but it seemed to me like we were on the road to Preston a lot of times, and we went down there for Christmases and so on. We went to see the others too, but I think she kind of had the top billing for her mother, and so we got to see Danny a lot. And he turned into a very nice young man also.
Mitchell.
Chris,
Mitchell with
yeah,
Mark and Sherry.
yeah. Stop. Mark and Sherry's second child was Mitchell, and he was unlike Matthew in every way, in every respect. They didn't look alike, they didn't act alike, but I understand that because we had children that were just as different as night and day, and I think that's how it is. Rarely do you get two that really favor, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but Mitchell was one of the last of the other grandchildren.
And Jacob.
So at this point we thought we were done, and it was sad, but Mark and Sherry decided to go their separate ways, and we were shocked, and we didn't really get into who done what or what happened, but they decided they couldn't live together, so they were going to get divorced, and I think the boys went by their mother, and Mark had found another friend, and it wasn't long before Mark finally introduced her to us, and it wasn't too long after that where Mark married Tracy Ebling. She was, maiden name was Tracy Christopher, and they have been married ever since, and that's 20-some years, I guess, now that they've been together. They had the last grandchild that we had, and that was Jacob. We kept Jacob. Well, we also kept Matt. We kept Matt for 2 or 3 years. Matt and the Cookie Monster and I had a lot of fun out there in that breezeway. But when Jacob came along, we kept him mostly in the living room. I guess it was winter time, but his favorite thing was school bus, and he would run to the door and announce school bus, and he would get in the doorway and shut the other door, and he would stand in between the screen door and the house door. I don't know how he ever got in there, but between that and when she brought him every morning of his life, when Tracy would bring him to our house, before she could get the door open and get him in her arms to hand him to Granny, the first thing he said was, "Scrapple, Granny." He said that every morning that he ever came here, and he is still eating scrapple to this day, and I'm just absolutely astounded. I love to know how much scrapple this young man has consumed over his lifetime. And so now we pretty well wrapped up the grandchildren, and I won't go in any particular order, but I'll go with the oldest first. Mary Faye and Dan had one son, Dan Jr. He married a young lady whose first name was Kayla, and they had 2 children, Evie and Reese. Evie was born before Dan Sr. died, and she loved the man to death. She would lay up on his chest, and he loved it, every minute of it. And they had a real bond, and it was wonderful because Dan Sr. didn't last too long after she came. It was very nice. And then they had a son named Reese who came along. He was their second child. Chris and Vicki had 2 children, Christy and Michael. Christy was pretty quiet. She liked nice automobiles. And she married Jeremy Andrew, a nicer young man I've not yet to meet. They had 2 children, Shelby and Barrett. Shelby has got a foot taller in the last year. She's taller now than her mother. I think she's going to be as tall as her dad. And Barrett has gone the other way. He's got a little bit bigger. He's got taller too, but and they're both very nice children. So we've been happy with that. And then we come to Michael. Michael is Michael. Michael had 3 sons. The first son was named Michael Christopher Winstead the third. because Michael was a junior. Chris was the original Michael Christopher, and I named Chris. Little did I know when that happened that there would be two more after him with the same name. So I kind of have a little bit of special regard for Michael Christopher because it's, the name's still around. And then Cole came to, along with, next to Christopher. He was about a year younger than Christopher. Nice young man, a little bit quieter, but nice. Their third child came a few years later after.
Oh, and the working.
Pardon? Their third child came a few years later after Chris had passed on, and he was Clayton Lee Winstead, and Michael loves to call him Clayton Leroy. But anyway, Clayton is a one-person terror. If you ever meet him, he's wild, he's into everything, he's all over everything, and he's just a boy, and I love him. And he came in here a couple months ago. He started going to kindergarten, and he wasn't Clayton anymore. He was quiet. He was nice. He played nice. He didn't scream or holler. And it was just like, well, there's another child here we didn't know about. Is it really him or not? But sure enough, it was Clayton. So now we've got through most of them. I guess that pretty well wraps up the great-grandchildren, and we don't know that there's going to be any more. Mallory has, and Jessica, they both have, Jessica has a young son who's, we won't say the spitting image, because that would probably upset greatly his paternal grandparents. But we have a picture here of Kevin when he was a young man with blonde hair. And this young child of Jessica's, when you look at it, it could either be Kevin or it could be who he really is.
Marshall.
They look that much alike, Marshall. And Kevin is beside himself that Jessica had this child. He loves this child. He can't get enough of him. Mallory's had a few hard licks in his life, and it seems with all that going on, he had time to populate the country more than the other children. He's got a daughter that he rarely sees up in Chestertown. I understand she's 12 or 13, and quite a large young lady by now. He has a set of twins that are a couple years old, and just got married a little over a year ago, and he had a child with that young lady, and so he has 4 altogether. And I don't know how many that totals up. That would be 1,
2,
cut it off.
3, 4.
So altogether we're talking 11 great-grandchildren. And Granny and I are still here. She's 84 and I'm 85 in August. We're still hanging in here. We don't go as much as we used to, and but we're still here, and hopefully we have seen most of our family, which is something that my grandparents never heard tell of back in those days. I do remember I was 10 when my grandfather died, and I never met my mother's mother and father whatsoever, but it's nice to be able to see your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren and know that you were responsible for them to be here. So that about wraps that up.
Ready, and whenever you want to ho ho ho.
Ho ho. Santa Claus, one of my favorite times of the year, I guess, especially my wife's favorite time, was always Christmas. And I guess I kind of got the bug too after being married so long. Even though we did have fun with different sized trees, and the tree that I walked past and didn't see one year. But Santa started back in the 50s when I was in Hawaii. I dressed up for Santa for some outfit, and somebody was kind enough to take my picture standing there on the balcony in the Santa suit. And that's the first known earliest picture that I have of Santa. And then after we got married and the children come along, I recollect it as being 1994 that this mess started with Santa thing, because I went out on my first run in Santa with the suit to my sister-in-law's house and actually physically changed clothes there, becoming Santa Claus and not the person who had left town. And she brought me back, and I came in, and we had some sleigh bells, and I rang the bells and listened to all the children tell me what they wanted, and I had a lot of fun. And they all really believed that it was Santa Claus, and that was in the 90s. It was my children and some grandchildren, which I guess back then there wasn't too many, but all of my children got their picture taken on my lap, and it called the Santa book. I've got that today, where they were all sitting on my lap, grandchildren and children of the time. And it was a happy time for all of us. But that went on with my children and their children and their children, to include grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And the last official photograph of me as Santa Claus was taken on River Road at Chris's home and Vicky's. Chris had left us of Clayton. When Clayton was born, I told Vicky that I wasn't doing Santa anymore. The year before, it had been very difficult for me to go through with it, and I decided not to do it. And she begged me to put the suit on one more time and get my picture taken with Clayton, because that way she would have her family with pictures of me. So I did, and somewhere around here there's a picture of Clayton, probably in the Santa book. But I really wasn't too upset, because I knew I had a young man who wanted and felt almost like I did about the Santa Claus thing. I had seen him perform at his father's house. He had a nicer suit than I had. I was really teed off because my suit wasn't too nice. His was really pretty. And but anyway, he loved it the same way I did. And I asked him, his suit is tore up, and I said, you want to become Santa? You want to keep on with the Santa thing? And he said yes. And we took a picture. I handed him the box with the suit in it. And that following year, when we had Santa Claus in this very room, he came. And he was a very imposing Santa Claus. He was tall, and he had a good, strong voice, and he was really great with the children. Also, he didn't do too bad with their parents. They seemed to wander over and get hugs and sit with him and do whatever, but I think he enjoyed it as much as I did. I got to finally sit here and watch Santa, which for all those years I didn't get to watch anything much. The one year that Cole was here, a couple of years before I decided to quit, I was Santa, and I had come in and done the Santa thing, and I was leaving, and the sleigh bells were ringing on the reindeers' bodies. They were getting ready to fly away with me. As soon as I jumped in the sleigh outside, and the bells were tinkling, and Cole announced, that wasn't Santa Claus, that was the Grandad, dressed up in a Santa suit. So that kind of also helped me decide it was time to give it up. But my replacement done a great job, and he came around a year or two. And I don't know what happened, because apparently I never would have foreseen this happening. They dropped it like a hotcake. Nobody even talks about Santa no more, or wanting to see Santa, or can he come? But we both made up for it, and he did a great job. And it was a nice part of my life. I enjoyed that. A few other things that I did enjoy was back to Queen Anne, when we got the first pony. We talked about how small it was, and then I got a larger one. And I kept horses for about 20 years. I had a favorite horse, Ike, and that I bought from Jack Shortle, and I kept him almost 20 years and rode him everywhere. And had a lot of fun with that horse. And also, most of the time, I had another spare there for Chris, because wherever I went, if he could, he would also go with me riding. Other children rode with me, and they've got their pictures hanging on the wall with me, but they really wasn't interested in horseback riding, and he was the one that did that, and we did that for about 20 years, and then right before it ended, somebody said something about they got the motorcycle craze started, and my wife had drove motorcycles when she was a young teenager. Her brother had a Harley. I had never been on a bike. I probably might have been on it, but it was on the back seat getting left at the stop sign, and my wife took off, and I had my feet on the ground, and she politely took off and left me standing there as she wheeled the bike on down the road. I felt kind of stupid, but that was me, and that was her. She laughed. She thought it was funny. She's still laughing about it. So my brother-in-law was into bikes big time. He just bought a brand new '82 Goldwing long motorcycle, and he was going to sell his old one, which was a 1000 Goldwing. And we talked about it, and we decided we were talking about buying either 2 bikes, one for each of us, or we both wound up buying that one. So we bought his bike, his old bike, and I went to get it from his house to my house. It was probably 3 blocks. And I probably started 37 times trying to get it those 3 blocks because I didn't know how to run it and didn't know how to let the clutch out. Didn't know anything, but I finally got the thing home. And I practiced on a small bike, and Chris took me to Denton one night on that very bike, and went around the back roads. I'm driving extended and scared the tar out of me going around a couple bends. And I told him, I said, I'm driving home. I said, you came over, but I'm driving home. I had my learner's permit. I came down 404 and made one turn to Ridgely. I wasn't going around the bends on that bike, nobody him in again. But he was also into bikes, and he had nice bikes, and Vicky had them, and everybody bought them. And we went many miles with my wife's brother Jack and Rachel. We enjoyed that back then. It was really nice. And finally, I got the bug hit, and I got a new bike, and it was a year newer than his. Mine was a brownish Goldwing, but they were mostly alike, the same bike. Weighed about 1,000 pounds, and we kept that bike several years, and of all things, swapped it off on a T-Bird car. And I thought we were done with bikes, but no, my wife decided we're not done. So we went and bought a 1200 bike, and I took it to the guy that had it before me, and he gave me a lot of parts for it, and he told me about it. But in the meantime, it was in the shop more than it was in my shop. It was back up to Dover, and it just didn't work. And that's the reason it was up there when I bought it, because he had trouble with it. He had bought a new one. So I finally went up to Dover, and I said, I got to have something I can ride on, or this isn't going to work. And the fellow sold me the same salesman that had sold me the other bike, sold with us a nice 1500 bike. And this bike, my wife thought she had died and gone to heaven because it had a reverse gear in it. She didn't have to get off the bike and pull me sitting on it with my feet trying to push it backwards. All you had to do was turn the motor off, push the lever, and it backed up. And that was really great. We both loved that bike. It was really great. And we had that. That was one of our last bikes. We thought it was the last. I advertised it for sale, and a couple from, I think it was Milford, Seaford came and bought the bike, and they came and looked at it and sat on it, and he said, are you ready to sell it? And he drove it home that night, and we took him the title. I hope they've been happy. It was the nicest bike we ever owned, and we thought that was it. And somehow we wound up yet going back way down almost to Christie on buying another 1100 bike, which was a Goldwing, and it was burgundy. That's why I got bought. It was advertised as a 1200, but when we got there, it was 1100, and it wouldn't start. And I finally got it started, and we brought it home, and it cut out about 2 miles where we got here. And a friend named Harry Klopper came and helped me work on it, and finally got it running. And I kept that bike for 7, 8 years, 9, 10, whatever. And Vicky, our daughter-in-law, kept insisting that I should stop trying to fool with bikes at my age. And I only got it out of the shed maybe once a year, and every time we got it out, it was either a new battery, a new tire, a new starter. And I finally just give up the bikes. And I still to this day would like, when I see when I'm going down the road and it's a nice day, I'd like to be on one going. But better, I think I'd rather be on the horse, taking a ride with that. We had numerous bikes, but the prior one to this last one was the one we liked the most. It was a nice bike, so we enjoyed that back when we were both riding. We took one ride with Matt Gibson early on in our bike career, and that was well worth knowing because he drove just like he did everything else. Child of the 50s, he was a wild child on the bike, and we went to Tillman Island with him, and it was quite a ordeal trying to keep up with Mac. He rode, and then we came back across the ferry, and I sat on the bike the whole way across the ferry. It would turn over, he laughed, he got off and enjoyed the ride. But so much for bikes. We got into the camping world, and we bought our first camper close to Salisbury. It was a used camper, and then we got the air conditioner fixed in it, and we liked camping. We enjoyed that. We started going camping with Dan and Mary Faye. They had a camper. It was really nice. We liked having the fireplace and cooking out. So it wasn't too long. We went to a place called Three Seasons down in Rehoboth, and we called up a company in Milford that sold campers and talked about trading off our camper. Well, they didn't give you nothing for it, but they said they would do this and do that. And the payments were low. They didn't charge you much. So we went up and took everything out of ours and put it on the picnic table and came back with a new camper. Well, we thought we had really done something great. We had a brand new camper, and we were happy with that. And then after a while, we learned more about campers, and we went looking, and we found a Jayco camper, and it was much nicer inside. It had slide outs, which the other one didn't, and it was like the top of the line compared to what we had, and we bought that, and we really loved that, and we kept that camper until we left camping, and we sold the camper and the golf cart and whatever, and gave up our spot down the Gulls Way, which we were very happy with. We spent a lot of time down there on the weekends and going into Bethany, which we liked, and so on. So that's just a few of the things. I enjoy cutting grass on the little John Deere mowers. We've had 2 or 3 of them, and so I like doing that, but I never seem to go fast enough to make my partner happy. She likes to go. I just like to sit on the lawnmower and cut grass and enjoy it. But that's some of my life. A few years ago, we used to go to reunions. Originally, one year I got involved in being in the committee, and my wife came along. She was also in it because she helped do everything. And they had people talk at the committee, and a lot of my teachers were there, and they would ask you what happened, and I said. My comment was that the best thing that I had ever done in my entire life was to marry Mary Lou Gibson. And I still feel the same way, and I'm sorry that I sometimes get out of sorts, especially I guess we're getting older. But anyway, at 85, I would like to tell future generations of this family how proud I am that you have my father's name, because he was the man that I looked up to most all of my life and loved him more than any human being. So I think his legacy has passed down through me to you, and don't ever abuse the name if you can help it, because he was one of the nicest persons that I've ever known. He had a beautiful voice. He could sing better than most people. Sang everywhere when he was younger, choirs and minstrels and funerals and weddings. And if you had known him and heard him, you would never forget him. And another great talent he had was swimming. He brought many people in out of the Atlantic Ocean, saved their lives. Got no credit, but he went out and brought them in. We've seen this happen my wife and I both watched this happen on occasion. He'd go to the beach and stay there all day long by a bag of peanuts, but that was my dad. And I loved him so much. My mother was great, but I was always thought that much of him, and I would like for the name to carry on, and I'm happy that some of the children have decided to name their children with the M.W. name, which all of our children were named M.W.s. When we had a child, we all had the same first and last initial. All 6 of us had that initial, and there's several still around today with that. And I wish you the best in life that you can get, and whatever happiness you have, I wish you happiness. And someday, if you ever see this, well, you'll know there's an old man sitting there before you came along, and what he went through and what he did, and he was just happy at this age to be able to get up and get out of bed. So God bless you, and have a great life. Thank you.
You want to do whoever you want to do first?
I've been asked to say a couple of the sadder things during my life, and a lot of things in life are bad or you don't like. But I didn't really call them sad. But at an early age, I was impressed with one thing that I have to talk about, and I've told this many times to my wife. But as a young man, we had very much to do in Ridgely. It was a small town that had a teenage hangout up on the corner, and that's where all the kids would go at nighttime, socialize up there, and they would be uptown. And I was a big boy. Going through school was always bigger than I should have been. And finally the kids caught up with me, but I was maybe 14, 15, 16. And I'd go uptown, we'd go uptown and hang out up at Steve's place on the corner. And I went up there one night, and right across from Steve's is the town park, and you could still recognize the park by the water fountain that's there for the animals to drink out of. It's always been green in my memory. When I was a kid, they used to have, we used to play hooky from school when they would have the veterans come and fire their rifles and play their bugles and have little things for the veterans, and we'd take off and go watch that. But this particular night I was up there, and it seems to me it had to be in the fall because we were back in school and we were playing soccer. And there were some fellows up there that I knew and had ran around with quite a bit. One of them, they were in a black Ford car. The car was identical to the one that I owned. I had an off-white car, Ford, just like it. And they were in this fellow's car. His name was George Walls. They were sitting alongside of the horse trough by the park. And there were 3 people, as I remember, in that car. And of course, it was Buddy Walls' car, as we called him. And Jack Glover, who was a year older than myself, was there with him. And the third person was Donnie Redden, a young man that was a couple years older than I was. He graduated out of school and gone on to work around locally. And when he was in school, he was a very nice-looking young man, and he was sort of the teenage heartthrob of the 50s. He was James Dean to the girls. They all wanted to date him, and all the boys looked up to him. And he was just an all-around nice person. My mother thought the world of him, and which was strange to me that she would care that much for a young man. But the 3 of them were sitting there, and they were debating what they were going to do that evening, and they asked me to come on and go with them. And I said, I can't go, I've got to go home and do something, homework or whatever. And they kept begging, come on, we're just going to go here or there. So I told them no, and I didn't really know where they were going. Maybe I did, but anyway, the next day we had a soccer game down to Fedelsburg. And we came home, and I got off the bus, and as I'm getting off the bus, I see Jimmy Glover's car come by. Jack was the boy that was uptown with the 3, one of the 3. Jimmy was his older brother, and he had a 46 Ford Coupe. It was a neat looking little car back in those days. And Jack drove onto the schoolyard and made his way across the people to me. And they said, have you heard what happened? And I said, no. And he said, we went to Shantytown last night, or we went to Hitching Rail last night and had some beer. And he said, the time's changing. They're getting ready to set the clocks up or back or whatever. It was in the fall, so it was fall back. They were going to set them back an hour. So if it was 10 o'clock there, they're going to set them back to 9 o'clock. So they were over around Denton on that road at Hitching Rail, the three of them, and they knew that if they went to a place called Shantytown, which is located right next to the elementary school, Chapel District on the Eastern Road now, was the old Cordova School. But before you get there on the right-hand side, and that's what it was. It was a shanty, but they had beer and whatever. And I had been there with Donnie on occasion, hooking school, which I wasn't too proud of then, but that was a big deal back then. So anyway, they were coming down Lewistown Road, which is the road that connects the Denton Eastern Road to come through and wind up on this side. And they went around the bend and flipped the car. The car had a high roof on it, and they were easy to flip over. I've been in two cars, or actually I've been in one car that did flip over, the same model, same year as that one. But that car flipped over, and they carried Donnie to the hospital. And I never really got the story straight, but by the time Jack came to tell me about it, Donnie was dead. He had died. He came in town that night that they left in his brand new 53 Ford convertible, red with a black top. Parked it on the corner at Steve's hangout. And when I went to school the next morning, the car was still sitting there, and I thought, how odd that car hadn't gone home. But it didn't really mean, it wasn't that big a deal. But later on the day, I was down in Mr. Mitchell's room, and you could look out the window. It was a ground level, and I seen the car go by heading toward the Redden residence. And I thought, well, he's gone home. So you can imagine how shocked I was to find out that he didn't go. He went home, but not that home. He died, and because of that accident. And the one time that I guess the Lord was telling me I wasn't supposed to go with him, because I could have been right next to him if I'd have gone. But he was a nice friend. He was a good friend, and we traveled a lot of roads together. And it was very sad to me back then. It still is. I often think of it. And I guess the other sad things would be when your parents leave. You know they're going to leave you because that's life, but you never really know when. And I never got to say goodbye to either one of them. The last words my father ever said on this earth was my name. And he died at home in Pennsylvania, Christiana, Pennsylvania. He was laid in the bed for several months before he died. Died of leukemia, and he called my name. And nobody knew what he wanted. I knew what he wanted. Exactly. He didn't have to say it. I knew. My mother outlived him another 10 or 12 years. She lived almost to the century mark. She was in her 90s when she died. She died in the hospital in Lancaster. We'd all gone to see her that very night, and it was a stormy, rainy, nasty night. Kevin had took me up there in our Lincoln, first Lincoln, white Lincoln that we had, and we'd gone to the hospital, and then she was out of it. She didn't know anybody was there. We went back to Ann's house. Mark was there, and Kevin and I don't know who else, but we went back to Ann's and stayed. And we decided we would come home, Kevin and I, because it was so nasty, and it was storming and raining, lightning. So we came on home, and the rest of them went back to the hospital. And when they got there, she was awake. And one of the things she said was, "Where was I?" And they told her that I had been there, but she was she was unconscious and that I had gone home. So I never got to say goodbye, but I feel good about both of them. They were good people. The hardest thing that I had to deal with, I guess, was I tried to get through this was our oldest son. When he left his farm business that he established, we were so proud of him for that. And he bought several homes, wanting to build a big building that he could have his own business, his own equipment in. And he finally got that home, and he finally got that building out here on River Road. And he had a heart attack maybe 10 years prior to that. We had gone to Easton and sit through that when that was going on. And he got through that, and he went on, and he had his business, and now he had built this building. He had a couple of dump trucks, and he was in the business of truck driving. And he had another heart attack. We were going to eat with our youngest Mark, going toward Denton to a pizza place to eat that night. And I think we went all over there and we're actually eating when we got a phone call. Chris was in the hospital. Dropped everything and go to Easton, and he'd had another problem with his heart. So by the time we got there, we finally did get to see him, and he looked pretty good. And we thought, well, great. And they decided they were going to send him to Baltimore, shock trauma. And we'd already dealt with shock trauma, my wife and I, with Kevin when he hurt his leg, and it was not a place we wanted to go back to. The memories there are not good. But we went, and they took him up there. For a whole week, they messed around. They were going to do a stent, they were going to do a bypass, they were going to do this, they were going to do that. Wound up letting him go home. He got as far as Annapolis. He had another spell. They took him to Annapolis. He had to sign in there, which went on forever. They decided, no, we're not going to do this. We'll go back to Baltimore. Well, when he got back there, he had to sign in again because he'd been discharged. They took him back in Baltimore. And then a day or two later, they did operate, and they did a bypass, I guess, as far as I remember. And Mark worked across the bridge all this time, and he said, you want to go with me tonight to see Chris? Well, we did, and we went up to this hospital and up the elevator that we'd used many times before, and we saw Chris, and he looked pretty good. He got through the operation, and he was feeling good. He was laughing, and we were happy at how things had turned out. And a couple of days later, Mark said, "You're going to go see Chris? He's coming home tomorrow, but we go up tonight if you want to go." And he took us again. Well, Chris was really in good shape this time. He was carrying on and showed his mother the scar, which was healing, and talked about coming home and how nice it would be to get out of the hospital. And we were just thrilled to death he got through it. And somebody brought up the fact about cars, that all their cars were big cars, and they were high and they were hard to get into, or else they were low and you had to really get down. And he was a big man and over 6 foot, and it would, either way it would be hard for him. We said, well, we got one that's kind of in the middle of both those, and we thought we'd offer it. And they said, okay, we'll come get your car to bring him home in. So Mary Faye was up here that day, and it was on Saturday. We waited all morning long, and nobody came to get the car. By that time, we began to get the feeling that something had happened. And we would call, but they wouldn't answer, or they wouldn't talk, or they wouldn't tell you anything. And finally, when it started to get dark, this was really getting ridiculous, because the whole day had gone by and we had heard nothing. And my wife called up Jeremy, and he said they were on their way home and he thought they had stopped to eat. So another half hour or so, and the door, we heard the car come in the driveway, the door opened. Each one of them come in the house. They were all together Each one of them were crying, tears in their eyes, carrying on, sobbing. We knew then. They got him up to bring him home that morning. He took a couple steps and passed out and fell over. They immediately worked on him, on his heart. They couldn't bring him back to, and they hooked him up to the machine because he was a donor. Vicky apparently watched this happen, and I don't think she's ever got over it.
She never will.
But we were just devastated that our son could be dead or dying. As long as that hookup was on there, I knew that he would make it. And when I went to bed that night, I said, God, take me, because I'm no use to nobody. Let him come home. It's one of the very few times in my life that I've ever said a prayer that I didn't get a direct answer. A couple of days later, he was still on the machine, and Vicky couldn't stand any longer, and they disconnected him after they took his organs. And somebody, I guess, got them. And the first time when we left the hospital, the night that we last saw him, his last words were, I'll see you tomorrow. I didn't get to touch him. I should have. His mother did. I thought, well, I'll see him tomorrow. I seen him in Denton laying out in the casket. That was tomorrow. And it's been that way ever since. He's out here in Ridgely with my father and mother, three people that I love. And there was Chris. But before Chris, we had another tragic accident, and that was Dan Lane. Dan was a person that came into our lives, married our daughter, gave us a bigger family, and was one of the nicest people that I've ever had the pleasure to meet. He would do anything for anybody. He never asked to be reimbursed. He never wanted anything back. He was just happy to be here and happy to help. And most of all, he loved to eat. And he showed that appreciation every time he got here, because he knew Granny was going to have potatoes, one of his favorite all-time things, and he loved them, mashed potatoes. And so we all loved Dan. And I went to see him numerous times at the hospital. And the one time I never forgot was he had two friends there visiting from work. And the nurse come by and said, I need to do something. I don't want to disturb your friends or something. And Dan spoke up and he said, that is, I guess I was there by myself that day. Dan said, that's my best friend. That's my father-in-law. I never knew how he felt. We had shotguns together and rode together and camped together and done a lot of things, but that's what he said. And they finally got around to operating on him. And we sit there through the operation, and the doctor came and said it all went well. We were elated. So a few days later, they sent him home, and he began to get sicker and sicker. So when he got home, he got worse instead of better. They sent him back to the hospital, and by this time, the doctor admitted that he had cut the wrong place, and what had happened, I don't know what organ he had cut into, but Dan's fluid and bodily parts that he was getting rid of were going into his body instead of coming out. Like a normal person when they went to the bathroom, it was being absorbed in his body. So they tried to go back in and repair that, and they put a bag on him and did a colostomy and sent him home one more time. And he was home a couple of days, maybe 3 or 4 at the most. And he died in his living room at home with his wife and his son sitting at the kitchen table. But had a great funeral, and a lot of people came. Was a testament to how much they thought of Dan. Him and Chris, they filled the hall to capacity. One thing I didn't mention about Chris that was kind of ironic was I had never heard before when we sat and watched the hours that people came and looked at him. The next day they had the funeral, and part of the funeral, the fire company was there, and I want to give them credit because they did a lot of things that day. One of the things they said was final call for Chief Winstead, and they rang the bell. That tore me up on the spot when I heard that. They say that 2 or 3 times.
It was weird.
And it really gives you it's very quiet, and all you hear is the bell and final call. And then the fire company put him on the fire truck, and his son-in-law and his brother sit on the front seat of that truck, and on the back, holding on, standing up all the way from Denton through Ridgely around the back roads through past his house to the cemetery, was his son, and Johnny Chalupa, his lifetime friend and co-worker down at the Hertrick, or down at the car shop where they both worked for years. And when they got to the cemetery, the fire company was there, standing at attention for him to be backed in by Jeremy on the truck, and they unloaded him and brought his casket up. And after the service, which was very short, there was a young man there with bagpipes. And again, that hurt because that was beautiful when he played the whole time that people were leaving that cemetery. Dan didn't get the bagpipes, but Dan had a great funeral. He had the best of everything. His wife saw to that. And the stone is there with Dan and Mary Faye's name on it in Preston. That's where she'll be. And Vicky will be in Risley next to Chris. So we know where we're going to wind up, hopefully. And they were 2 of the biggest hurts. And then just this past July the 11th is my youngest grandson's birthday, Jacob Christopher Winstead, Mark's youngest son. I called him up, or I texted him. I don't know if he was home then or not. He's been away for a month. He may have been home. But anyway, telling him happy birthday and hope he had a great day and that we were all happy for him. He was now 21 years old. He was a man, and wishing him the best. An hour later, I got a phone call from Pennsylvania. It was Jamie Huffmaster.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you could say. So I was an hour or so after I talked to Jacob and wished him the best. I got a phone call from Pennsylvania, and my wife seems to think it was a Claire Marie. I'm cloudy on who called because Linda had 5 daughters. And Claire Marie I never heard much from. She was the second oldest of Linda's second marriage. And talked to tell me that her mother had passed away. Linda, my baby sister, who was 7 years younger than myself. I remember the first time I ever laid eyes on her. She was laying in my mother's arms on Maple Avenue in Ridgely. She was born at home, and all I could see was a black mop of hair. And they said, "You have a baby sister." And she often told me going through life that she thought I must have been a saint because that's all Mom ever talked about was Mallory this and Mallory that. And she never understood why they've always, but there was a 7-year difference in time. She was 10, I was going to the service, and had more or less left home for good. I was back a couple months before we got married, but I never was around her much. Rebecca, I was around most of my life. We spent a lot of time together. Just those few years made a big difference, and we went out on dates together and had people come to the house, and we were a lot closer back then. But Linda they found her laying next to the bed, wedged in between the bed and the nightstand, and she was cold when they found her. Jamie was the one that had apparently sent her daughter upstairs. Jamie lived with Linda, and she was the youngest child. She'd gone to the store to buy something and called home and told her daughter to run upstairs and ask my mom, or whatever they called her, if she wanted anything at the store. And the child come back to the phone and said I can't get her to talk, said she's laying in the floor and she won't answer me. And Jamie went home as fast as she could, and that's where she found Linda laying there. And a few days later, Linda was cremated. I wanted to go and see her at the funeral home just to say goodbye. I guess if I had called them direct, I might have got a chance, but when you deal through someone else and they don't know how you feel and what it means to you or whatever, lots of times those things don't get done. I never got the chance to tell her goodbye, so I asked Jamie if she told me she was going to the hospital, to see her mother for the last time. I said, please tell her goodbye for me. And later on that month they had a celebration of life, which Mark drove us to. Tracy was sick. She had been on medication and she was sick that day. And she didn't go, but we went with Mark, and we went, and it was held in a place where Jennifer worked and is in charge of one of the theaters up there in Pennsylvania. And it was a very nice affair. People got up to talk, and each one of the children talked. Anne didn't talk for some reason. Anne was her first child by another husband, but the other girls all spoke, and it was, I thought, a very nice tribute to Linda for the life she lived. We learned some things. She was a very bright person and did amazing things in her life. She had a hard life. She never had nothing good happen. But she put herself through college and graduated when she was a grandmother, 60, 70 years old. She was graduating from college, and she taught computers, learned how to, and wrote in books on how to do computers and how to put them together, and, et cetera, et cetera. And she had a heavy foot. We've got one down here just like her. Boy, they go down the road, you want to get out of the way because they're coming. And she lived up there in the hills with her father, and she drove just like him. They'd go up the hill. They didn't care what was up top of the hill. They couldn't see it. They just went up the hill. And if you were behind them, you were scared to death because you knew there was an Amish buggy up there and they were going to hit it. It didn't bother them a bit. They just floored that car and went right on up that hill. I guess they never thought about the top of the hill till they got there, but that's how they drove up there. And all in all, Linda was a very nice person. She left Ridgely in 1961, died and moved to Pennsylvania. Mom was living in the Ridgely house. Actually, it was 62, I'm sorry. Chris was born, and I ate a meal at Mom's house, and they were moving that summer. They moved up to Pennsylvania. So she finished her education in Pennsylvania and got married up there. So her life kind of was a lot different than Rebecca and I, because she had a lot of time spent in Pennsylvania, which we always have been in Ridgely around this area for most all of our life. And I guess that's probably the saddest thing. I've had to shoot one of our collie dogs. That was sad. And had to have a horse put down. That was sad. But it doesn't compare to a human's life or a family member having to leave and talk about it. So that pretty well takes care of that, I guess. Vines over there.
This was your first house?
That's where I grew up.
Oh, where you grew up? Okay.
It's not our first house, no. Where I grew up. Where Linda was born. Yeah, now that carport didn't exist in them days, but everything else, that was the first house we ever lived in.
After you were married?
Came back from the honeymoon, got real good. Okay. We'll ride around and go down and come back down.
Okay.
Good. Is that right?
And I don't know how long I'll be able to do it and feel comfortable.
Yeah, well, we're the same.